Hello everyone, and welcome back to Scary Horror Daily, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep to, so before that, I would appreciate if you liked the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? The clouds broke apart above Penny as she jogged the final block home, their tattered edges reflecting the orange of a falsely optimistic late autumn sky. The world, she noticed, had started keeping secrets around the corners of things. Long shadows in the gutter, the click of a branch against the windshield, the rough outlines of faces stamped into rain-damp concrete. She liked to think of herself as a rationalist. She'd been raised by science teachers, and more than once had corrected the mispronunciation of paramecium in her school's biology class. But on days like today, when women in her neighborhood vanished without headlines, and when every vestibule seemed to hide a poorly resolved silhouette, she wondered if her childhood refusal to believe in monsters might have been more superstition than principle. Her townhouse, painted an institutional beige that would have humiliated a proper haunted house, looked blank and cheap from the curb. At the door, a laminated flyer flapped from the knob. "Have you seen her?" In block red letters with the smeared photo of Julia Quist, who lived 3 townhouses down, who'd gone to a club last weekend and never returned for her mail. Penny peeled it off and slipped it between the door and jamb, the way she did with all the others. The inside of her house felt suspiciously clean, scrubbed beyond comfort. Her roommate, Eric, had left her a note in his gentle, looping scrawl. "Don't forget, 7 p.m., costumes required, BYO spirits." Her whole body wanted to retreat upstairs, climb under the broken weighted blanket, whose inner sandbag had ruptured and now slumped to one corner like a tumor, and forget the party, the missing neighbors, and the story the internet called the Midtown Harvest. Instead, she opened the fridge and stared at the food she'd purchased that morning in a streaky panic. Microwave burritos, bright green energy shots, 3 lemons, all lined up in Olympic formation. She wondered if the fridge would hum when she turned her back, if the food remembered her handling it, if objects could adopt the attitude of their owner. She poured herself orange juice that was well past its printed date. Acrid and thick, it burned the roof of her mouth and made her eyes water, but misery of any kind felt righteous. She showered, letting the water run over her head until her hair no longer felt like deadweight, and dressed in what Eric had left for her. A white t-shirt with a sharpened P in the corner, and a white felt bedsheet she remembered from the linen closet, camouflaged with an impromptu hood and 3 cut-out eye holes. "Who am I?" she texted Eric, the moment she beheld herself in the hallway mirror, holding her phone up like a question-marked badge of office. "Pepperoni," he replied. "We're going as pizza." In the time it took to navigate 2 YouTube horror short films and a half-pack of Haribo gummies, the first guests arrived. Penny only recognized 3. Eric, his sort of boyfriend, and a girl dressed as a plague doctor with a bird mask that seemed to have been purchased for function rather than vintage whimsy. "What are you?" she asked the bird-masked girl, who replied in the indistinct but unmistakably local accent, "Intensive care," and then asked for directions to the bathroom. Eric's boyfriend, Seth, came with a Tupperware container labeled "No nuts or mollusks" that held exactly 4 heart-shaped brownies. He placed them directly on the kitchen counter and announced, "These are for emergencies," before downing a shot of Crystal Head vodka and making direct eye contact with Penny. "So, have you heard the rumors?" She hadn't, not in any way that felt reliable. The thread on Nextdoor had been purged by morning. The Reddit posts were all retweeted hallucinations and crude digital collages of faceless women in supermarket aisles. Penny shrugged, said, "Which rumors?" and regretted it instantly as Eric bounced into the kitchen with a greasy smile and a red cape that was already unraveling at the seams. "We're haunted now," Eric crowed, raising the bottle above his head. "They say the neighborhood's got like an infection. Not a virus, but like a psychic parasite. It's like," here he paused for effect, "contagious, but for attention span. Seth picked up the bottle and poured himself another shot, not even pretending to care. "So what, you start seeing things?" "No," said Eric, solemn and suddenly sober. "You start being seen." Penny let this last part hang in the air until she felt compelled to break it, asking about the guest list, the snacks, the possible need for extra solo cups. She told herself the party would distract her. Didn't. The plague doctor hovered at the edge of her vision, making notes on a small notepad and observing the world with the concentrated indifference of a wildlife documentarian. Seth and Eric kept circulating shots. More guests arrived, some in costume, others in office attire, all with the stunned effect of people who'd lost something important and didn't know how to bring it up without sounding pathetic. Before midnight, 3 things happened. 1. The pizza arrived in a box that was already open, with 1 slice missing, though the delivery driver swore it came from the kitchen that way. 2. The plague doctor locked herself in the downstairs bathroom and proceeded to emit a series of noises that could charitably be described as conversational, though she was speaking in what might have been Latin, or the desperate alloy of languages you hear in a dream. And 3. Penny, collecting empty cans. From the coffee table, saw someone standing in her backyard, staring through the sliding glass door. It was neither neighbor nor stranger. The woman looked like a bad copy of a human. Lank hair, skin the color of unbleached parchment, and a jacket that matched the one Penny herself had just donated to Goodwill. The woman didn't move, didn't blink, just stared at Penny until the lights inside made her own reflection overpower the scene. Penny dropped the cans, which clattered to the tile. When she looked again, the woman was gone. She pretended nothing had happened, but after midnight, when the house thinned out and the remaining guests congregated around the glowing skeleton of her gas fireplace, Eric turned to her and said, "You saw her, didn't you?" Penny smiled through a mouthful of flat beer. "Who?" Eric shook his head. "Never mind," he said. "I shouldn't have told you. The important thing is you don't look at her for too long." "You're saying," Seth started, "that a viral meme which is stalking the neighborhood, but only if you believe in her?" "I'm saying," Eric said, "that if she notices you, you start to notice her and then—" He made a vague gesture as if plucking invisible lint from the air. Nobody slept that night as far as Penny could tell. Seth passed out on the couch and Eric retreated to his bedroom with the plague doctor, who at some point had removed her mask but left it on the kitchen counter to dry, as if it had become waterlogged with other people's nightmares. In the morning, Penny found herself outside, standing at the edge of her driveway in pajamas. No memory of how she'd gotten there. The air was glassy, as if the world had been lacquered before she woke. Across the street, Julia Quist's mailbox gaped open, tongue-like, and the inside was painted with a greasy, luminescent residue. When Penny closed her eyes, she saw a woman standing in the dark, wearing her old jacket, and around her, the shimmer of 1,000 eyes, each waiting for her to blink. Penny did not call her parents, or her friends, or the police. She went inside, microwaved a burrito, and ate it looking out at the street, waiting for the world to decide if it wanted her back, or if it would be easier to simply stay lost. Her voice broke from screaming, scraping around inside her like an angry animal, but Penny couldn't stop. She kept her arms out, a race walker in mismatched pajamas, pelting around the oval hallway of her mother's house. The thing in the walls, her own footsteps, could never quite overlay its patter. Fast as she was, the house knew the turns better. She'd left her phone upstairs, and the cordless was dead, or maybe the battery was just loose. The clock in the foyer said 3:39 a.m., but it might as well have been 2:37 or some slippery other time. She'd circled the staircase twice before she realized that each lap wore her out faster than the last. The house was stretching, stairs winding up higher than they had before, carpet growing cushier and more muffled. Her calves burned. Her heart kept finding new ways to thump itself into a tangle. She could see the front door from 3 different angles, and it always looked farther away, like standing in a hall of mirrors where only one reflection was real. It felt like she'd always lived here, but she'd only come back for the night, visiting her mother, whose voice on the phone had been more tremor than words. That was before the house started melting at the edges, before the pantry door grew a small brass keyhole where there had never been one, before the dark spaces began collecting round the window frames. She'd slept in her high school bed and remembered every dent and starchy fold and the musty suck of the pillowcase. She woke to a cold shape beside her, and its breathing had been too fast. Now she ran. The kitchen lights off, the slicing smell of raw onions from the counter, a single dull knife left on the floor. She'd stepped on it earlier, clumsy, slicing open a memory of the time she'd bled all over the home EC room. 11 stitches. Her toes dotted and smeared the laminate, leaving red lozenges, as if mapping escape routes for herself. But the thing in the wall was keeping pace, a skittery popcorn of dry bones. Sometimes it seemed to leap ahead of her, waiting around the corner to tap the baseboard, as if reminding her that she was being chased, but also being watched, and that the chase was more important than the destination. She was not sure what would happen if she stopped. She didn't stop, not even when a picture frame jumped from the wall and glanced off her temple, dropping a slick of blood down her jaw. She almost admired the house for fighting dirty. She cut through the laundry room, tripping on a tangle of her mother's sweaters, the yarny ones with rolling cuffs that she'd hated as a child. She could smell her mother on them, the hint of lavender, the little pocket of tobacco that lived in every cuff. For one half step her knee buckled and she almost stayed there, huddled in the warm pile. Maybe the thing wanted her to rest. Maybe that was the trap. But she heard it right behind her. No, above. She looked up, expecting to see the thing. Gray and lean, too many knuckles, a jaw like garden shears. But it was never there. Just more ceiling. Just more hallway. She'd lost count of the lapse. She passed the powder room and saw herself reflected. A streaked, red-flecked penny with hair like a witch's wig. A stranger in her own face. She bared her teeth at her reflection, made a mouthful of vowels. Go away, go away. The voice sounded like underwater noises, as if she were already sunk in the tub and calling for help from beneath the scum. For a second, she imagined running until morning, until her muscles gummed up and her knees wrapped around each other and she slumped against the weirdly spongy wall, the house finally growing tired of her and letting her go limp. Maybe she'd wake up in the hospital out in Swinton Falls, with her mother squeezing her hand and telling her not to worry. It was just another night terror, caffeine and stress, too many podcasts. She would log the experience as an anecdote, deliver it at book club, get 2 glasses of wine in and tell everyone about her haunted house hallucination. They'd all laugh and decide to visit on Halloween. But she couldn't figure out how the thing in the wall was moving so fast, or what it wanted. She knew what it sounded like, what it felt like. It was the vibration of a bad memory, the way the floor seemed to ripple when she made a mistake. It was the way her mother always found her, the way the whole house held its breath until she finished talking. It reminded her of the possum that had gotten caught in the wall when she was 11. A horrible, lumpy sound followed by 3 days of dead silence. On her next lap, as if on cue, the hallway reeked of something else, something sweet and spoiled. Penny skidded, losing balance, and caught herself on the railing. The wood was sticky with sap. Her hand left a gummy print, and in the dark she saw that the staircase was pulsing, swelling slightly with each of her heartbeats. She had to get out. She hurtled toward the front door, but it was gone. There was a wall there now, and it was flexing, the paint bubbling with little pockets of air. She put her shoulder into it, felt the soft give of drywall, but the house only swallowed her effort, the wall thickening until her fingers tingled with numbness. A new sound rose behind her. She turned. The thing in the wall was making itself real. She felt it condense, a greasy shadow, moving in the direction opposite to her own orbit. It was smart. They'd been going in circles, but now it was running the track backward, closing the gap between them. She sprinted for the foyer, doubling back, tripping over her own bloody footprints. This time, when she reached the kitchen, it was full of water. Not deep, just enough to soak her socks, to add a slick, sucking weight to every step. The knife was gone. The onion was still there, sprouting a waxy green shoot in the moonlight sneaking through the window. She lunged for the phone, but the line was dead. She ripped open the junk drawer, looking for something, anything to defend herself with, but it was stuffed with little index cards, all covered in the spidery script of her mother's handwriting. The smell of onions and tobacco was choking her now, thick and wet. The skittering paused, right above her. Penny moved out into the open, grabbing a chair and holding it like a shield. She wanted this to end. She wanted to scream at the thing, tell it to show itself, but her voice was gone. Instead, she whispered, "Please." The sound that answered her was not human. It was a roar and a sob tangled together, the kind of noise you made when you realized you weren't alone. You'd never been alone. The sound crawled down the walls, slid into the kitchen, and poured itself into the shape of her own shadow. The house flexed, and her shadow hunched, and there she was, two pennies, both breathing hard and bleeding and clutching the chair. The thing in the wall was her, but hungrier, heavier. Its smile was black and lit up its whole face. She swung the chair. The thing dodged, the shadow smearing across the linoleum with an oily, joyous speed. It shrieked, the sound layering over itself, louder and more layered with each pass. Penny screamed back, the two voices merging together until the line between them shredded. The house shuddered. The lights went out. For a moment, there was only the smell, and the water rising higher, up to her ankles. Then the world lurched, and the house buckled, and everything went red. When Penny woke up, she was standing in the hallway, her hands raw and laced with splinters. The stairs were normal again. The front door was right there, exactly where it always was. But her mother was standing in the kitchen, gray hair wet and eyes huge and empty. There was no sign of the thing in the wall. She tried to speak, but her mouth tasted of sap and onion and something much thicker. Her mother opened her arms, and Penny sank into them, holding tight, feeling the soft, slow pulse of the house around them. She never went upstairs again. The next night she heard the thing in the wall, but now it made its rounds slower, sleepier. Sometimes it tapped softly, as if asking her to join. Sometimes she did. Sometimes she just lay on the living room sofa, listening to the footfalls, and thought about how hard it was to leave some places behind. She kept the lights off and learned to love the dark. The house flexed around her, never quite letting go. She took the job for the proximity to the city, not the hourly. 3 nights a week in a building with more glass than interior wall. Sunrise always behind her on that rust-colored commute down from the heights, Colgate rinsed and bouncing with all the artificial energy of a human shaken midway through REM. The shift came with its perks. The bathrooms were industrial clean, security was tight, and her boss, Claudia, never called after 6 o'clock. Not once in a year and a half of Penny's clocking in with a lacquered smile and a voice only a half octave higher than normal. She liked Claudia, actually. The woman walked with a hip-forward power, wore her hair in a lacquered helmet, and mispronounced the names of every temp that came through the door. "Benny?" she'd say, fast and nasal, as if clearing her throat of it. "Please clock in and start the coffee." Maybe that's what a 7-figure salary did to you. The first hint of trouble came in the form of a missing mug. Not a workplace mug. Not one of the enormous conference swag thermal things that lined the office dishwasher like upright dominoes. It was Penny's personal mug, matte white with "World's Okayest Mom" in all caps papyrus, which she'd found at a flea market and filled with pens and highlighters that all worked, unlike the other office pens, which were a graveyard of half-dried, stuttering ballpoints. When the mug vanished, Penny felt the flare of indignation, then annoyance, then a sort of ironic amusement. Somebody either hated or loved her. She'd mentioned it in the break room, and Claudia had laughed. Honey, people in this building would steal the fillings out of your teeth if you left your mouth open overnight. Penny pictured herself drooling on a nap, waking up with new gaps. It had, at the time, seemed funny. But the mug didn't turn up, and 2 days later, her favorite mug stand-in, a ceramic skull from Halloween, was missing, too. "We have a mug thief," Penny announced to Claudia, who tapped a manicured nail against her stapler and replied, "We have 128 employees on this floor. Statistically, someone is depraved." Claudia winked and motioned for Penny to come around to her side of the desk, a rare occurrence. "I want you to do something for me," she whispered, as if the steel and glass cubicle could be eavesdropped upon by the building itself. "Tonight, do your rounds before you leave. Check the conference rooms, the janitor closets, the storage cages. Maybe you'll find something." Penny ran her tongue over her teeth, imagining fresh spaces. "You got it," she said and saluted. The sun was already down when Penny finished her emails and packed her things. The office looked dim and skeletal, a ghost of its daytime self. The cleaning crew had already done a pass in the east corridor, leaving a tang of bleach in their wake. Penny started with the obvious. She peered under desks, behind monitors, inside the cheap IKEA cabinets they used for everything from binders to emergency chocolate. Nada. She tried the conference rooms, all empty save for the largest, where a red LED blinked on the wall camera. A live recording? Penny grinned at her reflection and made jazz hands at the lens before moving on. The janitor closet near the loading dock was locked, but she knocked anyway. No answer. She thought about picking the lock with a paperclip, but she was pretty sure that was a myth, at least a myth for paperclips. She made a note to come back in the morning, then headed to the last stop, the storage cages in the sub-basement. Most people didn't use the service elevator, but Penny loved it. The walls were all exposed rivets and graffiti, layers and layers of marker and gouged initials, some dating back to the mid-80s. Claudia's predecessor, Jerry F., had scribed his name in gigantic block letters on the paneling near the floor. Penny pressed B2 with her knuckle and let the elevator moan its way down. At each stop, the air got 2 degrees colder. The sub-basement hall was painted in a color she thought of as atrocity green. The caged storage units lined the wall in a grid, each with its padlock and metal tag. She found the office's 3 units, legal, IT, general supplies, and tried the last one with her skeleton key. Inside, boxes of toner and tax returns, crates of letterhead, a deflated Santa suit from last year's party. But also, at the back, her mug. Both mugs, in fact. She stepped in, raised an eyebrow at the strange alignment of her items, near a huge bin of Ethernet cables, and bent to pull them free. That's when something spooled behind her. First a wind chill, then the metallic click of a lock. The door. She whirled, heart racing, and saw the silhouette of a person at the cage's threshold. He was tall, pale even under the sickly fluorescent light. In one hand, he held the lock. "Not funny," Penny said, voice steady but volume turned way up. "Hey, come on. Not funny." The person, man, it was hard to say, didn't answer. He just knelt, ghost silent, and began to lock the padlock from outside. Penny reached for her phone, but remembered instantly that she'd left it on her desk. Idiot. Rookie move. "Seriously, I'll scream," she said. Her voice echoed off the painted brick. He finished clicking the lock, then stood and walked, unhurried, down the hall toward a heavy metal exit door. He didn't look back. Penny watched him go, breath shallow. Her heart hitched when he stopped short, halfway down the corridor, and turned. She expected him to walk back. Maybe this was some twisted joke, a new guy hazing the resident vet. But he just stood there, staring back at her through the green-lit gloom. She squinted, tried to see his face. All she caught was a suggestion of features, like someone poured a person out of wax and left it half-finished. His eyes looked like they belonged to someone else entirely. She clutched the mugs to her chest and retreated further into the cage. She wanted to run, test the gate, but something told her not to move. The feeling was primal, the type you get walking past fresh roadkill or reading at a cemetery in midwinter. You don't stop to analyze it. You just freeze. He lingered, unmoving, for what felt like hours. Maybe it was a minute. Then, at last, the echoing clang of the exit door, and a return to the unbroken silence. She sat on an overturned box for a long time, knees drawn up, mugs balanced between her shoes. She catalogued every possible logical explanation, but none of them accounted for the way the air had dropped 10 degrees or the smell, a sort of electrical stink like fresh ozone after a lightning strike. When she finally got the nerve to approach the gate, she found it locked as expected. But the lock was not the company standard issue. It was older, with an engraved symbol that looked like a circle nested inside a triangle. Penny peered through the mesh, into the darkness, but the man was gone. She didn't sleep that night and called in sick the next day. She told Claudia, who scoffed, "You catch the bug, too? Half my staff is home with it." Penny wondered if she'd hallucinated the whole thing, a symptom maybe of caffeine withdrawal or psychosomatic nerves. When she returned to work the following evening, her mug sat on her desk as if nothing had happened. Claudia was in her office, talking to a man in a dark suit. She seemed flusher than usual, her fingers tapping a frantic rhythm behind her back. "Welcome back, Benny," Claudia called, all teeth. "You feeling better?" Penny faked a cough. "Almost 100%. The man in the suit eyed her with a banker's disinterest. "You the one who found the mess?" His voice was soft, southern drawl cranked down until it was a whisper. "What mess?" Penny said. Claudia's lips tightened. "We had an incident in the stairwell last night. Must have missed your floor, though." Her gaze flicked briefly to Penny's hand, where she clutched the mug. "Can you do me a favor and have a look around this evening? I'd rather get ahead of this before we need to pull the security tapes." Penny started her rounds at 6 sharp. This time, she brought her phone, a flashlight, and, just in case, a plastic picnic knife she'd swiped from the break room. The office felt different, charged, hostile. She walked the floors, lingering in every break room, scanning every shadow. At the south stairwell, she found nothing. But at the north stairwell, blood drops. Not a lot, but enough. They led down, pooling in ugly constellations at each landing. She followed the trail to the subbasement and stopped at the storage cages. The lock was gone. The door hung slightly open, as if inviting her in. Penny shined her flashlight inside. Nothing was out of place, but the smell was back. Ozone, but now tinged with rust. Old pennies and the static crackle of approaching storms. She turned to go, but caught a glint at the edge of her vision. There, on the concrete, was the circle and triangle symbol, drawn in blood, or something a lot like it. Penny's hands shook, but she took a picture. She'd show Claudia and make her call security. She backed away from the stain, careful not to step in it. As she crested the stairs at the ground level, her foot slipped. Penny caught herself on the railing, nails digging hard into the metal. She looked down. More blood, smeared this time, in a streak that ran to the corridor outside the executive offices. Penny unholstered her phone, ready to speed dial, when she heard the voice. It was the man from the night before. She was sure of it. But the voice came not from the corridor, but from behind her. Right behind. She spun. He was there, but closer, much closer. Penny staggered backward, phone raised like a weapon. "Who the fuck are you?" she hissed, voice cracking. "What do you want?" His head tilted. Up close, his face was worse than she remembered. Something uncanny about the way the skin didn't seem to fit, bulges and valleys mapped wrong. Eyes too large and too bright. He smiled. "Just a misunderstanding," he said, his voice now perfect mimicry of her own. Penny ran, not daring to look back. She took the main staircase, skipped every other step, burst into the lobby, and didn't stop until she hit the sidewalk and the night air punched her lungs back to life. She tried to report it. Claudia listened, lips pursed, then told her to go home. There was paperwork, she said, an NDA, but nothing she needed to worry about. Penny got the message. She left the building, never picked up her last check, and switched jobs within 2 weeks. But wherever she went, even years later, Penny would occasionally see the symbol. Sometimes on the back of a traffic sign, sometimes in the corner of an ad on the subway, sometimes, if she looked too long, in the reflection of a black window, superimposed over her own face. Some nights, she'd wake up with the taste of ozone in her mouth, and the certainty that something had lingered in the hallway after she locked her door. She always kept her coffee mugs in a box, sealed tight, and never, ever brought them to work. Penny dashed left, then faked right, her shoes slapping the tile in staccato panic, arms pinwheeling as she navigated the low, cold light. The thing behind her, God, she still couldn't look at it straight, dragged some mass over the linoleum, a wet sack full of bones and breath. Penny's lungs burned cold. Every inhalation stung like battery acid, but she had no choice. To slow down was to be caught, and to be caught was to... She didn't dwell on it. She remembered the sound from earlier. One of those wet, careful footsteps had landed just inches behind her heel, and whatever it was, it exhaled softly through teeth spaced far too wide. She rounded a corner. Her elbow clipped a row of battered lockers, and she choked back a yelp. Blood prickled at the skin but didn't break. She kept running. Her hands hit the metal crash bar. The gym entrance yawned. Gymnasium lights flickered on in sickly yellow spams that made the world stroboscopic, and Penny's heart matched the rhythm. She cleared the doorway and shoved herself through a thicket of half-deflated basketballs and folding chairs stacked like a barricade. She burrowed through, dragging at the chair's interlocked legs until one came loose and the whole structure unraveled with a squealing collapse. Behind her, the scrape, 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 fumble of something testing the door, then a low whine, almost embarrassed. It didn't follow yet. She spun around, pressed her back against the wall, and let her knees give. The air in here tasted of dust and gym socks and the ghost of ammonia. She sucked it down anyway, trying to keep her body from shaking itself apart. A rattle at the door, a woodpecker rhythm, then silence. Her breath slowed, seconds unspooling into a cold, hesitant quiet. Penny dared a look at her shadow. Knobby knees, hoodie damp with sweat, hair slicked to her cheek. The shadow didn't seem much braver than she felt. She waited, counting the beats of her own pulse in the bright, humming quiet. 30 seconds. A minute. Nothing. Was it gone? Were they playing a new game now? Penny forced herself up, every muscle complaining. She risked one careful step, then another. The far end of the gym was a black hole, a boundary between this world and the next. She'd never seen it empty like this. No banners, no team photos, not even a janitor's cart. She ghosted along the wall, pressing herself flat against the cold cinder block. She'd almost reached the far doors when she heard it again. A slosh, like a mop bucket overfilled with meat and seaweed, moving toward her in the dark. Panic flared in her throat, dry and metallic. She bolted, ran blind into the blackout, hoping there'd be an exit on the other side. She found the doors, hammered her fists on the metal bar, and flung them open onto a hallway even worse than the last. This one was wrong, though. Floors polished to a numb shine, but the lights were off, save for a single red exit sign an eternity down the stretch. The air was sticky here. Fungus lived in the walls. The stink of it greeted her like a cupped hand over her face. Still, behind her, that noise had stopped. No wet dragging, no breathing. She swallowed it, whatever relief might be, and started moving. She kept her shoes quiet this time, ghosting from shadow to shadow, listening for everything. She almost missed the crying. A thin, quavery note, like a whimper half-remembered. It floated out of a classroom to her left, just under the threshold of hearing. Penny pressed herself against the door, breath held. The crying came again, sharper now. She couldn't stand leaving it. She nudged the door open and peered in. The room was marbled with blue night from the windows. Desks bolted to the floor, chalk tray empty but for rat droppings, a teacher's podium stripped naked, and at the far corner a girl, no older than Penny, crumpled in a desk, her face hidden under a curtain of hair, sleeves pulled to her fists. Penny edged inside. "Hey!" she hissed, shameful of her own volume. The girl jolted, like a puppet with its strings yanked, and peered up. Her eyes were too big, her face a messy geometry of tears and snot and teeth. She didn't answer, just stared. Penny tried again. "Are you hurt?" She crept closer, wary. No answer, just the sucking in of air, the shudder of a body trying to remember how to be human. Penny sat on the desk in front of her, legs dangling. "Are you alone?" A whisper, timid. The girl shook her head. No sound. "Is it?" Penny trailed off, not sure how to name the thing out loud. The girl only nodded, a jerky tick. Penny wished she'd left her alone, but couldn't now. She reached out, held her hand a few inches from the girl's wrist. "I'll go first, okay? Follow me. We'll get out." At first Penny thought it wouldn't work. The girl just blinked and twitched, mouth wide and limp. But when Penny stood and scurried for the hall, the girl's footsteps trailed her. A broken echo, a promise not to leave her behind. Back in the corridor, the lights seemed dimmer. The exit sign had given up, and the only thing left was pitch, broken by ripples of moon through blocked windows. The girl clung to Penny now, fingers digging half-moons into her sleeve. They moved as one, wary, slow. Penny heard it before she saw it. The gentle caress of flesh moving on linoleum, a ripple in the air, a density that made her teeth ring. The thing from before waited at the end of the hall. It hadn't moved since she'd last seen it, but now she could see the full outline. Blacker than black, hunched but somehow twice as tall as a man. She knew, without seeing, that if it looked at her, she would freeze forever. The girl whimpered. The thing answered with a wet cough. Penny thought she could see it smile, though the smile ran the whole length of its body. She steered the girl backward, slow, and angled toward a stairwell at their left. It took all her will not to break and run, but she felt, somehow, that it would enjoy that. They tumbled into the stairwell, then pulled the door shut behind them. No sound from the creature. Maybe it could only move when you watched. The stairs were dark and slick beneath their shoes. They slid down the railing, nearly crashing at the landing, then started down the next flight. On the third landing, the girl stopped. "Wait," she said, her voice a scrape. Penny turned and saw the girl's eyes rimmed with red, but calm for the first time. "Are you okay?" she asked. Instead of answering, the girl tilted her head. "Do you know its name?" Penny's skin prickled. "It has a name?" The girl nodded. "If you say it, it can't get you." Penny's brain squirmed. "Tell me." The girl said it, but the sound was so small, so slippery, that Penny's brain couldn't hold it. She nodded anyway, like maybe it would come to her when she needed it. They took the rest of the stairs at a run. Below, the janitor's closet door was ajar. In the thin triangle of light she saw mops, buckets, and a set of keys dangling from the deadbolt. Penny grabbed the keys and the girl and ran for the nearest exit. This door opened to the outside onto the loading dock. Night air lashed her face. It was colder than she expected, and the stars above looked wrong, as if painted by someone who'd never seen the sky. But it was open and free, and the thing was still inside. Penny could hardly believe it. She turned to thank the girl, but the girl was gone. Not gone as in running away, just not there. Penny stared, mouth open. She checked the ground, the corners, the wide stretch of parking lot. Nothing. No sign. A sound behind her made her whip around, fight or flight already dialing up. Only the school doors stood there, heavy and solid. She backed away, hands tight on the keyring, and crossed to the bike rack in record time. She unlocked her bike and pedaled home in a jag of terror, only slowing when the street lamps of her neighborhood grew thick and familiar. The air here didn't smell of rot or bleach or anything but summer and distant barbecues. Penny leaned the bike against her porch railing, looked up at the windows, every one of them dark. Her parents, gone for the week, of course. She'd spend the night alone, which tonight felt better than being with anyone else. She crept inside, locked the door, and double-checked every bolt. In her room she tried to sleep, but the memory of the girl, the thing, and that slippery name gnawed at her. She wrote it out phonetically on a notepad, best she could recall. If you said the name, it couldn't get you. She mouthed it again and again until her tongue ached. Then she scribbled a note so she wouldn't forget, stuck it to her lamp and crawled under the covers. The house was as quiet as a tomb. Penny lay awake until the first gray hint of morning peeled back the dark. She checked the windows, the doors, her own memory. Nothing had changed. But when she rolled out of bed, she found a single, wet, inky footprint by her bedroom door. And stuck to the print in the middle was a piece of white paper. Someone, something, had written the name back to her in blocky, impossible letters. Penny whispered it aloud, one last time, and the house seemed to sigh. But she knew, deep in her knuckle bones, that the thing might come back anyway. By the time she reached the end of her block, the sky had gone the color of gunmetal, and the hum of insects droned just beneath the whir of her bicycle tires. Penny didn't bother with the main road, but swerved into alleys that laced behind convenience stores and apartment buildings, half of them empty, all of them with that sour milk smell of vacancy. She felt watched, even when nothing moved but the clouds overhead, stitched together in tattered, snaggle-toothed lines. She didn't pedal fast. She didn't dare. Near the old strip mall, half the shops gone under, windows soaped and papered. She stopped, heart thunking as she glimpsed a shape in the overhang's shadow. It was only a man, older, face split by white stubble, and a nose that spread across his cheeks like dying tree roots. He watched her from his post at the abandoned laundromat, yellowy gaze unwavering, but didn't move or speak. Just sat on an upended milk crate, hands folded, as if waiting for her to pass some test. She wheeled the bike past, holding breath and not making eye contact. There was a flash of movement. A finger lifted, a slow wave, and something about it prickled her scalp. She accelerated down the alley, not looking back. The wind clawed at her hoodie. The closer she got to home, the colder it felt, as if her own house was exhaling frost into the world. When she reached the two-story, she nearly dumped the bike, caught herself on the porch railing, and stared up at her window. The notepad she'd left on her desk was still pressed against the glass in silhouette, names scrawled on it in thick, broken strokes. It looked like a warning or a ward. Inside, the TV blared telenovelas in the kitchen, her dad's doing. He claimed it helped the dog feel less alone. But the house was otherwise empty. She shut it off, the silence a relief but also a dare. She tiptoed upstairs and checked every closet, every space beneath every bed, half sure she'd find a shoe print or a mushy, rotten appendage curled up. She wiped the sweat off her palms onto her jeans, still tingling from the last laugh. She could taste the fake butter from the spilled popcorn, feel the gummy maroon stickiness of Mike's red vines on her tongue, but her mind kept catching on that moment. The lights up, the neon exit signs buzzing, and the crumpled heap of hair and arms almost invisible in the sticky void between the seats. It had all moved too quickly. 10 minutes before, she'd been holding court in the lobby, joking about how this theater was the only place left in North Spokane where you could still see a double feature with a real film print and a live projectionist who read Lorca. She'd motioned at the hand-lettered sign outside, dared the universe to explain why good people persisted in loving terrible movies, then led her flock of friends, half-stoned, all giddy, into Theater 4 with the overconfident air of a seasoned cruise director. Now, the actual director of what exactly? She wondered, still slightly dazed, sat hunched in the aisle, her face pale and sweaty, her hands gripping a phone that flickered with silent notifications. A cluster of people loitered by the emergency exit. The old guy who'd been selling tickets was there, as was a pale teenage usher, and some woman in a sequined vest who'd apparently just gotten off a shift elsewhere in the building. Nobody was speaking, not really. There were mutters about ambulances and liability and refunds, but everyone seemed suspended in a post-incident molasses, as if the movie hadn't ended so much as clotted in their veins. Penny knew she should be nervous, but her first instinct, as always, was energy. She knelt beside the crumpled figure, the so-called victim, whose eyes were still closed, whose hair was plastered to his forehead. "Yo," she said with gentle bravado. "You okay?" The man's breath rattled. He turned his head, and his eyes opened in twin slits of green, bloodshot and unfocused. He just passed out," somebody offered from behind her. "Way too hot in here tonight. Did you see him at the soda cart?" Penny didn't look up. She just nodded. She remembered exactly. He'd been there the whole intermission, posted at the end of the counter with a medium Sprite, staring into the spigot with the kind of calm that looked less like contentment and more like defeat. He dressed for the heat. Tank top, cargo shorts, sandals. Burly arms, deep tan, tattoos faded from years of backyard sun. She shifted closer, her sneakers making that signature tacky noise on the floor. "Seriously, don't get up yet." She fished one of the unopened water bottles from her backpack. Her last one, she realized, but this guy needed it more, and pressed it into his hand. He winced at the cold but held it. His lips worked for a second before he murmured, hoarse, "Sorry, for passing out?" "Bro, it happens," said Penny, shooting him a smile she hoped was more comforting than lunatic. "You want EMTs or just a cool down?" There'd been some debate about calling 911. The man had made a fist and thumped his own sternum, muttering, "It's nothing. I just need a sec." The manager, 19 and wearing a bow tie, had stood nearby, helpless and visibly queasy. Penny, who had absolutely no authority, seemed to accrue it by osmosis. The man, whose name was probably Greg or Doug or something chunky and monosyllabic, nodded. "No ambulance," he said, louder this time. "I'm all right." He drained half the water in 2 desperate gulps. Penny caught a whiff of vodka, cheap and medicinal, like her Grey Tant's perfume. "You made it," she said lightly. Movie was nearly over anyway. The last reel's just credits and a terrible pop song. She grinned, relieved to feel her own heartbeat slow. She glanced at the puddle underneath the seat. Either melting ice or a thin, high whine cut through the air, and everyone in the theater turned. It was the little girl, the only kid at tonight's show, dragged along by a babysitter who'd lost control of her charges somewhere between the previews and reel 2. She wasn't crying, just standing there, her face almost blue-white, staring at the aisle like she expected something to crawl out of the carpet. "Can we go now?" she whispered. Her babysitter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a young Winona Ryder, shushed her and pulled her closer. But even once the crowd had drifted back toward the lobby, the girl kept looking over her shoulder at the seat where the man had nearly died. Penny stayed behind. She could sense the shifting center of gravity in the room. Even now, the flicker of the projection booth seemed to pulse a degree too slow, as if the light itself was lagging behind the world. The air had that flat, baked feeling that marked the end of summer or the beginning of a blackout. Something was off, and not in a fun, cartoony way. She helped the man to his feet. There were beads of cold sweat on his brow, but his grip was steady. He smiled, a little ashamed, and picked up the baseball cap he dropped. "Thanks," he said, half laughing. "Guess I just didn't eat dinner." "Or drank it," said Penny, eyes flicking knowingly to the bottle she just retrieved from beneath the seat. He looked away but didn't argue. She made her way back into the lobby, where the others stood in a loose, fidgeting group. The archaic popcorn cart glowed orange at the far end. The air was dense with burnt kernels, sugar, and a weirdly chemical undertone, like new car plastic or nail polish. She felt an itch in her nostrils, a pressure behind her eyes, and wondered if anyone was getting headaches from whatever was circulating in the ancient ductwork tonight. There was still a dent in the social fabric, a silence that nobody seemed able or willing to mend. Penny tried out of habit. So, who's up for round two? House on Haunted Hill goes hard in 35 millimeters. A tentative chuckle from somebody, but mostly shrugs. The manager sidled up to her, shoulders hunched. "Hey, can you stick around?" he said. "Just in case that guy, faints again?" She wanted to say no, to sprint for the cold night, but she felt the gravity again, like she owed the universe a second watch, a double take. "Sure," she said, and wandered back toward the auditorium. The theater was empty now except for the glinting red exit sign and the afterimages of the little girl's terrified stare. The projector's beam looked thinner, less smooth, as if the film were vibrating apart one molecule at a time. Penny stared upward, watching the floating motes of dust swirl through the cone of light. She'd loved this place since her first show here at 13. It was always in a state of slow decay, yet somehow preserved the illusion of its own immortality with every projection. There was something beautiful about that. Her phone buzzed with a group chat notification. She checked it and found a string of meme gif condolences about her dude rescue, followed by a question. Did they clean up the blood? She frowned. There hadn't been any blood. Just water, sweat, a chalky little pool of spilled Sprite. She padded down the steps, curious despite herself, and crouched by the now vacated seat. The puddle was gone, mopped either by the staff or by evaporation. But there was something else. A faint, metallic residue slicked against the vinyl, almost invisible unless you leaned in close. She ran her finger along it and brought it to her nose. It smelled sharp, electric, like ozone or the inside of a broken television. She wrinkled her face, wiped her hand on her jeans, and made a note to ask maintenance about the cleaning supplies. Her eyes wandered to the row behind, where the little girl had been sitting. There, too, was a smear, not liquid but more like ash, as if someone had ground up pencil lead and blown it into the air. She brushed her thumb over it, half expecting it to feel gritty, but it dissolved instantly, leaving only a ghost of gray dust on her skin. The projection flickered and the room shuddered for a moment, as if flexing its muscles after a nap. The sound, still faintly on in the booth, clicked from static silence to a bass rumble, then a warble, as if the reels were eating themselves. Penny straightened, unsettled. She couldn't shake the sense of being watched. It wasn't a horror movie thing, not really. It felt older, broader, the kind of existential prickle you got staring at your own shadow too long. She collected her bag, feeling the leftover adrenaline curdle in her stomach, and started up the aisle. As she passed the aisle seat, her toe clanged against something. She bent down and retrieved a small square of folded notebook paper, wedged tight into the seam where spilled drinks go to die. She tucked it in her jacket and told herself not to care. Not her business. Outside, the night heat pressed in like a heavy hand. The parking lot was almost empty, except for the leftover luster from the blinking theater sign and the slow parade of mosquitoes. Her friends were nowhere in sight, probably already at the bar. Penny lingered at the curb, watching the distant pulse of traffic on Francis Avenue. She fished the note from her pocket and unfolded it. The handwriting was jagged, frantic, as if written in a moving car. Something in the light. I watched it move, through the film. It gnawed the air. Has my blood now. Please tell them to stop it. The note ended there, but a faint dark spiral of ballpoint ink continued on the back, blackening the page with tight, anxious loops. She stared at it, feeling the words pass through her with an unpleasant hum. Crossing the parking lot, she sensed more than saw, a movement in the mural on the building's east wall. It was a cityscape, but the paint had flaked with age, and in the sodium glare of the streetlights, it looked like the skyline had grown new, sharp angles. The edges seemed to flicker. Penny's phone buzzed again. "Where are you?" said the chat. She glanced back at the theater, half expecting to see a shape in the window or a trick of the lobby lights spelling out a warning. Instead, she saw the little girl, standing just inside the vestibule, hands pressed to the glass. Her face was pale, but she wasn't crying. She looked at Penny with a kind of knowing resignation, as if she'd already accepted the rules of whatever game they'd been forced to play. Penny lifted her hand in an awkward, uncertain wave. The girl watched her for a long moment, then raised her own hand in reply. Penny turned, walked quickly to her car, and drove to the bar, trying to swallow the taste of metal on her tongue. She didn't notice the dust collecting in her cup holder until much later, when it was almost too late to do anything about it. Penny's phone screen bled turquoise against her skin as she scrolled, thumb flicking through headlines about untimely deaths, missing pets, viral food recalls, mute college mass psychosis, the usual. The lamp on her desk spat out an ashy, unsteady light. It was always too bright or too dim. She considered, not for the first time, throwing it out the 10th floor window of her room. She imagined the shuddering crash, the way people would look up, open-mouthed, from the courtyard below. She loved the idea of that, an unexplainable event for other people to carry around for a while. The apartment itself, a 3-bedroom with 2 actual residents and a rotating slot for whoever could withstand the tiny, sorrowful bathroom, was old enough that the floorboards had grooves worn into the wood, and the baseboard heaters made a clicking noise like teeth. Her best friend Alexis had told her it used to be a male brothel, which Penny suspected was a lie, but she perpetuated it with glee. Penny had painted her assigned bedroom a lustful red, like so many fevered bodies had once pressed up against these walls that the arousal had become physical, had seeped into the very paint. She lived for the nights when Alexis was out and the apartment shrank to just her and the ambient city thrum. The building was never quiet, but when it dipped below a certain decibel threshold, those were the hours when Penny could finally think. A few times she had heard her neighbors in the hallway, their feet padding on the threadbare carpet in slow, careful steps, pausing sometimes outside her door, then moving on. Occasionally she'd peep the fisheye peephole and see nothing, which was almost worse than seeing someone. She didn't tell Alexis when these things happened. Alexis was the sort of person who would pretend to make a police report and then blame the city when the landlord jacked the rent. Tonight, Penny was alone again, and she liked it. She walked barefoot, dragging her heels over the floor for the fun of feeling the splinters catch. She microwaved a petrified burrito and chewed it contemplatively while doom-scrolling. Her jaw ached from biting into the still-frozen center, but she kept going. There was a comfort in predictably bad choices. The wind knocked at the balcony's sliding glass door, fat angry drops of rain pelting the glass in arrhythmic bursts. Beyond it, the city was the color of old dish rags, lights diffused through fog and mist. In the haze, she could see into other apartments. A woman in a sports bra and leggings doing a midnight workout, a man slouched over a laptop, 2 kids playing ping pong on what looked like a kitchen table. Penny watched them all without shame, as if she was entitled to these glimpses. She tried to decide if she would rather be the woman, the man, or one of the kids, and couldn't. A dull knuckle rap jarred her from her reverie. Penny froze, burrito mid-bite, and the sound came again. 3 sharp knocks on the front door. The hallway was mostly abandoned at this hour, but any number of creeps, drunks, or Jehovah's Witnesses could be lurking this late. She stood, wiped her hands on her sweatpants, and padded to the door, peering through the peephole. Nothing. She waited a beat, then unlatched the chain. The hall was empty. The air outside her door tasted like ozone and something flat, like fallen shadows. Almost sweet. That was new. She stepped into the corridor, expecting a prank or a pizza delivery to the wrong floor. The carpet was bleached from years of sun, scuffed into a lighter stripe down the center. The only sound was the faint, faded click of a distant elevator. She started back to the apartment, but something flickered in her periphery. A shadow in the stairwell window at the far end of the hall. Penny's stomach clenched, the way it did when she realized she'd left her keys, or when a cop car idled behind her in traffic. She pressed herself to the wall and listened. Nothing but the pulse of her ears, the hum of the city through the windows. She told herself it was the wind or an overactive radiator, but the skin on her arms prickled anyway. She closed the door behind her and marched straight to the kitchen, slamming a cabinet for effect. "Fuck this," she muttered at the sink, turning the tap on so hard it gushed. She rinsed her hands, dried them, and forced herself to laugh. She would text Alexis about this, but only in a way that made it a joke. She poured a glass of tap water, held it. The air in the apartment was suddenly static heavy, the pressure shifting, the kind of atmosphere that made children start to cry before a tornado. She drank and watched her own reflection in the dark of the window. It looked like a ghost of herself, eyebrows warped by the glass, lips deeper, more bruised. The burrito sat like a stone in her stomach. Penny tried to shake the feeling. She grabbed her phone, slugged back a shot of orange-flavored cough syrup for the hell of it, and threw herself onto the sofa. She queued up a video of people dissecting a beached whale and let the blue light coat her face. The whale's innards spilled onto the sand, pale and rippling. Penny giggled. She thought about what it would be like to clean the skeleton. She thought about the meat, the fats, the delicate threads that once held everything together, now turned sludge. She dozed, woke, and dozed again, the video endlessly autoplaying more horrors. A distant clatter woke her. She shot up, heart tripping, unsure if she had dreamed the noise. She listened, nothing, but a dread, sticky and clear, leaked from her sternum out to her fingers. She brought her knees to her chest and chewed the skin on her thumb until it bled. Her phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "Are you awake?" She stared at the screen, felt her face heat. She typed back, because she wasn't scared, and she wasn't a coward. "Who is this?" The response came instantly. "Your neighbor. Do you have a minute?" Penny considered. She didn't know any of her neighbors by name, but she liked to think she was approachable. She texted, "Which unit?" "Hallway," the stranger wrote. The air around her thickened, as if someone had jammed a pillow over her mouth and nose. She got up and walked to the door, paused. She pressed her eye to the peephole, and this time, she saw him. A man, maybe mid-30s, dressed in a brown uniform. Penny recognized the delivery company logo on his left pocket. He must have been the weekend guy. His head was shaved. His hands were clamped together at his waist. Penny opened the door but left the chain latched. "Can I help you?" she said, letting a bit of venom coat her tone. The man smiled, small and neat. "Sorry to bother you. I know it's late. Package for you." He held out a box, the kind companies used for shoes or electronics. She hadn't ordered anything. "Just leave it outside," she snapped. He set the box down gently against the door and retreated to the staircase, not meeting her eye. She waited until she heard the stairwell door bang shut, then undid the chain and snatched the box inside, as if someone was watching. She tossed it onto her coffee table and circled it once, looking for any hint of who sent it. There was no address, just her first name on a greasy label in red marker pen. Penny dug a steak knife out of the kitchen drawer and scored the tape. The flaps popped open. Inside, under a drift of shredded newspaper, was a doll. At first Penny thought it was porcelain, but the skin had the pale, sticky look of raw dough. The face was doughy too, with sculpted eyelids, a nose like a real nose, a mouth that looked freshly pulled, lips pinched and glistening. It was dressed in a scrap of what looked like terry cloth and a necklace of tiny, real teeth. Penny recoiled, while rushing up her throat, but she couldn't stop herself from tilting the box forward and looking closer. The doll's hands were sculpted with such precision that she could see the little cuticles, the lines of tiny knuckles. Someone had carved a double set of fingernails onto one finger. An accident or a hidden message. Penny ran her thumb over the doll's head. Under her touch, it squished, then rebounded, like there was something alive inside. She dropped it. The doll landed on its left cheek and stuck, as if it had suctioned itself to the wood. She pushed the box away, washed her hands twice, and went back to the balcony door, pressed her forehead to the glass. People said you could see New York's ghosts if you waited long enough, but she only saw the usual parade of faces, lit in greenish smudges. A pair of girls screaming into the night, a guy hauling a suitcase, someone peeing against a bush. Maybe she was the only one seeing ghosts tonight. She turned on every light in the apartment, moving through each room with the doll-shaped box held at arm's length. Eventually, she hid it in her roommate's laundry hamper, feeling a flicker of guilt and then a surge of relief. Out of sight, out of mind. Penny detested sleep, but that night, she drifted off as the storm rattled the cheap glass in their windows. When she woke the next morning, the sun was so bright the red walls glowed like inside-out eyelids. She rolled out of bed, stumbled to the bathroom, and almost screamed when she saw herself in the mirror. Her reflection had sprouted a necklace of tiny, real teeth. At least, she thought so for a moment, before her eyes readjusted and she saw that she was only wearing her usual choker. But the skin under her chin was stippled, like the doll's dough. She prodded it. Nothing out of the ordinary, not really. She tried not to think about what she'd seen. She pulled on jeans, brushed her teeth raw, and went to work. The day was a headache, a blear of fluorescent lights, and per my last email, and let's touch base offline. Penny made it through by picturing her coworkers' faces rendered out of dough and teeth. She didn't smile. She didn't have to. People rarely asked her to. When Penny got home, Alexis was sprawled on the couch, eating string cheese and watching Great British Bake Off. She didn't seem to notice or care about the doll, even when Penny eyed the laundry hamper the way a cat eyed a box of rat poison. "Yo," Alexis said, mouth full. "Saw you got a weird package. I didn't open it. Not my name." She snapped off another length of cheese. "You see who dropped it off?" Penny tried to keep her voice flat. Alexis shrugged, her hair a tangle of gold melting into the cushions. "Some delivery guy. Looked hungover. Like, violently hungover." She made a face. "There's a stain on the carpet where he stood. Like sweat. Or tar. I dunno. Anyway, don't love that for us." Penny forced a laugh. "Yeah, don't love that." She waited for Alexis to ask more, but her roommate's attention was a fixed point, glued to the TV. Penny felt a chill snake up her spine, and the next moment, she caught herself glancing back and forth between the doll's hiding spot and the soft pink of her own inner elbow, as if the color might suddenly shift. It was only after midnight, when Alexis went out for just one drink, that Penny crept back to the hamper and pulled the doll out again. It was exactly as she left it, only the necklace looked glossier, as if it had been licked. She set it on her desk, right in the pool of lamplight, and stared. "What are you supposed to do?" she said aloud. The doll did not answer. Penny's apartment, the world outside, and every thought in her head went perfectly still. 3 days later, Penny woke up raw-throated, her body full of cement. Penny's world, such as it was, reeked of lemon-scented floor wax, burnt coffee, and the soupçon of slow-moving rot that forever haunted the beige corridors of the University Science Building. The place was a tomb for bad ideas and worse ambitions, and she haunted it with a restless, predatory cheer. She liked to leave her office door open so people could drift in, distracting her from the mountainous tedium of grading first-year biology assignments. She liked attention, liked being seen as approachable, even if it meant enduring the parade of whinging students, the ones with anime hair and anxiety diagnoses and too many piercing regrets. She sat at her desk, the ergonomic chair a recent university splurge. Penny rocked back in it, fighting the urge to tip it all the way to the floor, then let herself drop back down. The echo was sharp, almost aquatic. She grinned and looked around for a witness, but her office mate, Janelle, hadn't showed up all morning. Her mug sat on its placemat from last week, the contents now a black, mold-pocked nightmare. There was a knock, well, more of a brush of knuckles, against her open door. "Dr. Hensley?" said the person in the doorway, a manila envelope clutched to his chest. Penny mustered a smile. "Yup, that's me." She looked at the kid, freshman probably, or a sophomore with poor bone structure. He had a sheen to him, a too clean, still growing in look, and carried a messenger bag with a patch that read WSSS in glitter font. "I'm supposed to deliver this to you." Professor Neiman said it was urgent. His voice was the same register as her nephew on helium. Penny stretched out a hand, waggling her fingers for the envelope. "Oh, thank God. I was beginning to think they'd forgotten me." As the student approached to hand off the envelope, she caught a sharp whiff off his skin. Some blend of panic and the chemical tang of whatever deodorant was popular for boys too afraid of their own smells. "Are you okay?" he asked, hesitating a moment too long before placing the packet on her palm. "Never been better," Penny said, popping the adhesive seal with a satisfying crack. "You can tell Neiman that his reign of terror over the biosciences department is safe for another year. Or so I presume." She started to slide out a stack of 8x10s. All glossy, all identical save that each revealed a progression. A petri dish in extreme close-up, its agar surface pockmarked with colonies of something that was less fungus and more what? Not quite slime mold, not quite bacterial bloom. It looked like lace made out of bone. The boy shuffled his feet. "Well, I better go. Flee," said Penny, waving him off with the packet. He did, pink-eared and stumbling on the door jamb. Penny turned the first of the photographs over, looking for commentary. There, in Neiman's tight, precise script, urgent. BSL 4? Looks like defunct streps, but see progression. Thursday, 8 a.m. Penny made a face. She had zero intention of reporting to a BSL 4, least of all at 8 in the morning. Her time in infection control taught her two things. The bugs didn't care what level of containment you used, not in the long run, and virtually nothing could outpace the ingenuity of a motivated undergraduate. She shuffled through the rest of the stack, noting the timestamp. The colonies were expanding in nearly fractal patterns, delicately branching, then closing in on themselves until the dish was a mat of undifferentiated white. In the final shot, the clean lines had degraded, burned into wriggling chaos, as if the organism had suffered a nervous breakdown and decided to eat itself. A little thrill ran up her spine, like someone had just dared her to jump from a second-story window. She looked up, uneasy, and saw the corridor beyond her office door was empty. The student, whatever his name, had vanished. So had Penny now noticed all the background hum. No conversation, no footfalls, even the air handler seemed to have died. She stood and walked into the hallway, carrying the photos like a talisman. The fluorescents buzzed overhead in their normal migraine-inducing way, but no one was around. Not in the grad student bullpen, not in the break room, no faces at the vending machines. She checked her phone. No bars. Her sense of displacement grew, like the world had slipped a few inches sideways and nobody told her. Penny headed for Neiman's office, a cave at the end of the hall. The door always closed and always with a fresh, passive-aggressive note about knocking before entering. Today's was, please, meetings all day. She knocked anyway, waited, then pushed in without waiting for a reply. The office was empty, desk lamp on, laptop glowing faintly, but Neiman wasn't there. On the desk, next to an untouched mug of microwave soup, was another stack of photos. This set was different, close-ups of the same weird organism, but now under higher magnification. In a few of the shots, the colonies intersected, creating what looked almost like hieroglyphs. Penny picked one up and turned it over. "Don't touch," said a voice behind her, almost a whisper. She spun. Neiman stood in the doorway, ashen, tie askew, eyes looking anywhere but hers. "Wasn't planning on it," Penny said, but her voice sounded brittle. Neiman came in, shut the door, and leaned against it. "It's not normal." He raked a hand through hair that was thinning by the day. "I thought it was contamination, but it spread to the backup cultures. Then to the freezer." "In the -80? Neiman nodded, face pinched. "Took out the whole rack. Then a grad student tried to plate it, and..." He shook his head. "It did something to him." He started. Neiman stopped, unwilling to say the next part. "Started what?" "Drawing," he said finally. "In the lab notebook, on the benches, on the glassware. Obsessively." And then he shut down like he'd burned out every circuit in his brain. "He won't respond to email. Or sleep." Penny tried to keep her voice light. "Maybe he just decided on a new career. The arts are always hiring, right?" "It isn't funny," Neiman snapped. "It got to Anna today. She started carving up the fume hood. All in that same pattern." Penny stared at the photos, then at Neiman. "What do you want from me?" He slumped, suddenly looking ancient. "You're good at seeing what other people don't. At fighting off the weird shit. I need you to figure out what this is before." He lowered his voice to a shaky rasp. "Before we have a problem." Penny looked again at the branching, recursive shapes on the petri dishes. The way they mimicked, no, echoed, the patterns inside her own head. It felt familiar, a memory half present, like the afterimage of a flashbulb. "I'll take a look," she said, suddenly unable to meet his eyes. "But I want hazard pay, or at least a name on the paper." Neiman managed a ghastly smile. "We'll talk authorship after," he said, and then left her alone in the office's coffin quiet. She gathered the photos, left the office, and walked the corridor again. This time the hum had returned, faint but growing. The white noise of lives grinding on, of machines, of lights, of distant voices. Everything seemed normal, except for an itching at the back of her neck, a certainty that she'd been watched as she walked away. Her own office, when she returned, was different. The mug on the desk was gone. The open notebook, her own, she was sure, was closed and pushed aside. She checked her phone out of habit. Still no reception. But there was a sheet of paper on her keyboard, with only one sentence scrawled in big, looping hand. "What are you becoming?" Penny crumpled it, dropped it in the wastebasket, and sat down. She pressed her forehead to the cool surface of her desk, counted silently to 10, and then set to work. She slid the first photograph under the dissecting scope, dialed up the magnification, and watched as the tiny filaments blurred and then resolved into something jagged and perfect and horrifyingly deliberate. The pattern repeated, but each iteration was slightly, subtly different from the last. The organism was learning, or worse, it had always known. She blinked, looked up, and for a split second imagined every cell in her body arranging themselves, aligning, changing, all in some secret, implacable direction. She shivered, grinned, and whispered to the bug on the slide, "Nice try." And then she got back to work, cataloging her own transformation as the horror unfolded. One cell at a time, she'd brought the car to an idling stop outside the place, and the nerves played at her stomach, but Penny told herself she'd seen worse. And in a city like this, what was one more derelict building? She yanked the keys from the ignition and opened the door with the bravado of someone who'd broken into 100 places. She was an inside-out kind of person, brash and loud even in silence, with a meanness to her optimism that made you think maybe survival wasn't such a fancy concept after all. The shop front still had traces of old sticker residue on the windows, the piecemeal ghosts of a laundromat, a vape store, a tax accountant. Every sign was faded, as if the sun itself had grown disgusted with the business of the city and quit. She leaned in until her breath fogged the glass, squinting for any kind of movement, but only her own reflection glared back. 28 hard angles in the jaw, a nose with a vested interest in being first through the door. A couple of moths battered themselves to death against the bulbs above her, which cast the scene in the sickly yellows of a dying hospital corridor. It wasn't supposed to be haunted. That was kid stuff. Penny didn't believe in the dainty, porcelain kind of ghosts, but this place got under her fingernails, a sort of filth you couldn't scrub off. She pressed her forehead to the door, cold, metal-lined, and gave herself a second. And then she was in, boots scraping over the threshold, flashlight at the ready, every muscle set in a tantrum of unwillingness. The air was thick, swampy, as if the walls belched out every ounce of cleaning fluid, mildew, and despair that had seeped into their cinder block over decades. It was worse deeper in old tiling slick with some unplaceable grime. The hum of broken appliance haunted each room like an idle curse. She walked a lazy circuit of the showroom, stepping over broken mannequins that looked less like they'd been dropped and more like something had taken offense at their existence and tried to erase them with violence. There was a heavy silence here, as if even the cockroaches had written the place off as not worth the effort. Only one other sound. A faint, a rhythmic knock, tap, 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 from the back. Penny grinned. She wasn't much for dread. It bored her, honestly, but she adored a puzzle. The back hall was narrower, the walls lined with gouges and graffiti, most of it the kind of desperate poetry only written by the terminally bored. She ran a hand along the wall, let the years peel off in flakes, and followed the noise, which doubled in cadence as she neared a heavy, warped door. She put her ear to the wood. The knocking stopped. Instead, she heard a wet sound, like something slithering or breathing through a mouthful of broken glass. Her reflection in the door's glass insert was a funhouse version. Lanky, elongated, eyes set too close. That amused her. She'd seen what the world made of women like her, and if the alternative was blending in, she'd take monstrous. She yanked the door open. Behind it was not what she'd expected. Not a person, not a raccoon party, not some sick prank staged by the city's more inventive homeless. Just a black, seeping dark, emptier than even the midnight city could manage. She took a step forward and the door slammed behind her, hard enough to wring her teeth. The darkness was almost complete, except for a line of dull red light that pulsed from a cracked exit sign at the far end of the hall. The walls here were sticky, and her footsteps had to work themselves free with each step, like the floor was hungry for her. A single, desperate knock sounded right behind her, shoulder height, about where a face would be if something was staring through the glass. She did not look back. The dare of it, the childish provocation, was so obvious it made her smile again. Forward it was. The hallway curved, sharp and unnatural, and the light at the end began to strobe. Something moved behind her. She heard it, or felt it, or both. She wasn't sure she could trust herself on that distinction. She broke into a jog, shoes making soft popping noises as they left the floor. At the end of the corridor was a door, less a door than a straight-up slab painted the kind of pink that suggested madness rather than cheerfulness. The knob was missing. She pressed, and it gave way beneath her shoulder, swinging outward into a void that spat her into a room the size of a warehouse. This was the point where most people would run. Penny had always suspected she wasn't most people. The room was cavernous and wrong. The proportions didn't fit, like the architect had designed with fever dreams instead of blueprints. Overhead, fluorescent tubes flickered and failed, failing harder the longer she watched. The walls bulged and receded in ways that left her dizzy, nauseated, but also curious, in the way that a particularly gross medical photo might fascinate. There were shapes in the corners. Heavy shapes, vaguely human, covered with tarps and bedsheets and garbage bags. She walked to the nearest, tugged loose the plastic, and found a mannequin. Only this one had a face painted with an exact, malicious copy of her own. The mouth was open and inside were rows, several actually, of what looked a lot like human teeth. Penny laughed. Once, a sound that stuck to the room like a sticker you couldn't ever quite peel off. With a sense of ceremony, she prodded the mannequin in the stomach, hard. It didn't even wobble. She looked around. All of them, every draped shape, wore a copy of her face. Some were painted on, some affixed as glossy photographs, and at least one, she checked, was an actual mask peeled from some newspaper printout and modge-podged in place. So, someone knew she was coming or wanted her to think they did. She could respect the hustle. "Okay, you got me?" she called, spinning in a circle and holding out her arms. Very Black Mirror. 10 points for effort. As if in answer, the lights went out entirely. She stood in the blackness, thinking about how easy it would be to let the panic settle in her bones. But she'd been alone most of her life, and if darkness was intended to isolate her, it would have to try a hell of a lot harder. A sharp chemical scent flooded the room, making her nostrils burn. Something was moving very close. She could hear it, the bare whisper of plastic dragging against hard plastic, the click and clack of what might be teeth. It was directly behind her. She turned fast, expecting empty air, maybe a mannequin knocked over someone's idea of a jump scare. Instead, she collided with something soft, yielding, and cold. Fingers impossibly long, found her wrist and squeezed with the weird gentleness of a nurse taking a pulse. Penny flinched, twisted, and found herself face to face with her own painted likeness. This one projected onto a much, much taller surface. She stepped back, but the mannequins stepped in perfect sync, pressing up until their noses almost touched. The eyes, she realized, were not painted on. They were real. They blinked, slow and reptilian. She jerked out of its grip and ran, or tried. Her legs tangled in the sticky, resin-coated carpet, and she went down hard, tearing a hole in her jeans and scraping wetness from her skin across the floor. She staggered to her feet and crashed into a row of mannequins, which collapsed around her in a clattering storm. Something was laughing now, the sound a rusted hinge, a dog's bark, her own voice chopped and spliced. She bolted for the exit, hands out, and found the door immediately. She was yanked through it by a force she neither saw nor felt, and the hallway was bright again, the walls pulsing with a migraine pink light. She sprinted, not looking back, and burst through to the front of the store. Sunlight, real, actual sunlight, waited on the other side of the glass. She hesitated, turned slowly. Nothing followed. All the noise, the pestilential stink, the breathing darkness, gone. Outside, the city hummed with the reckless life of a Monday morning, impersonal and deliciously uncaring. She pushed through the door, feet sticking a little at the threshold as if the building was reluctant to let her go. When she made it to her car, she looked down and saw her palms were coated with a thin, viscous layer of something like honey mixed with ink. She wiped it on her jeans and smiled. It wouldn't be the last time. Hashtag. She was at her desk by noon, the morning's viscosity gone from her hands, though still thick in the back of her throat. The building super had called the place cursed as hell, but only in the way guys said things. Penny had suspected real hell would at least have better lighting. She didn't tell anyone about the mannequins. Instead, she told people she'd caught a raccoon fight. She exaggerated the size and number with each retelling, until it was a circus of squabbling fur and teeth. Nobody asked about the chemical stink. That night, she let herself back into the building. She brought gloves this time and a crowbar and a GoPro she taped to her forehead. She wanted to see if daylight killed the strangeness. Didn't. If anything, the place had fermented overnight, growing a crust of new graffiti, the occasional puddle of black ichor in corners where leaks made no sense. The face mannequins were still there, but now it wasn't just hers. They were the faces of every person who'd passed through this city and left a mark, copied and pasted with viral efficiency. There was her landlord's beefy scowl, her wheat guy's droopy mustache, her father's hard-set disappointment. She spent hours in the warehouse, cataloging each new face. Some were just impressions, the ghosts of a recent laugh, the suggestion of a child's whine. Some had teeth, some had none at all. None of them got any closer to her. The mannequins respected her space. At the edge of the room, she found the first sign of another visitor. A discarded shoe, child size, half melted onto the floor. Penny poked it. The latex squished in and stuck to her glove, refusing to let go. She yanked back, snapping the glove loose, and the shoe gave a wet pop as it freed itself. She brought it with her when she left. By the time she reached her car, it was gone. She checked the back seat, the trunk, even under the chassis. Nothing. Her phone buzzed as she sat in silence, parked under a sodium lamp haloed by bugs. The message was from a blocked number. You can do better. Nothing else. No signature. Next day, the mannequins had rearranged themselves, spelling out a crude message across the open space. Try again. She smiled because there was a challenge in that, and a promise. The city went through cycles like this: strangeness, violence, then the slow oozing back to normal. Penny didn't mind. It gave her something to do. The haunted buildings, the empty lots, the noise under the bridges. Each time, it grew a little wilder, a little less easy to explain. She started carrying tools, then weapons, then just raw attitude. She let the city teach her things. It was 3 months before she saw the mannequins move outside the warehouse. One late night, coming home from a print job in the burbs, she found them lined up along the median, waiting at the crosswalk like a flock of suit-clad ghosts. All different faces, all staring straight ahead. She honked, but got only a brief, synchronized twitch for the trouble. When she locked eyes with the lead mannequin, her own face again naturally, she felt the thud of her heart in her wrist, a pulse that missed a beat, then overcorrected. She pressed the gas and sped through the red. The mannequins watched her go, and this time she did look back. She took the next day off work, spent it in her apartment. Penny lay bundled in the air mattress's synthetic pocket, fingers locked at her throat. Something cold seeped up from beneath the mattress, the cardboard, the concrete, unyielding like a hand pressed to the small of her back. The old warehouse was full of night, but not darkness. Her eyes clung to streaks of blue streetlight through the slit windows and the UV afterglow of her phone's cracked face. Voices circled on the edge of hearing, echo scratchy through the high-vaulted emptiness. Gia and Loda across the room. Penny didn't know Loda that well, just that she wore Doc Martens and a St. Vitus hoodie and had a thing for eating expired snack cakes on dares. Gia, on the other hand, was all practiced eye rolls and the kind of feral grin that made Penny's insides blur. Tonight they were friends, or at least they were together. There was a difference. A gust rattled the corrugated roof and sent dust sifting around their heap of blankets and scavenged furniture. Penny inhaled and tasted dry rot. She swept a thumb down the grainy surface of her phone, tracing the hairline crack that spidered from the lower left. Last time she tried for a selfie, the camera wouldn't focus. It had never been a great camera. There was a shuffling, a cough. Gia's voice, barking a laugh. "You sound like you're dying." The words slithered across the hangar floor, all sharp and echo. Penny closed her eyes. She imagined the laugh curling around itself, each echo picking up a shade of something else, maybe something hollow. In the morning, they'd risk the outside, but not for long. The building sat behind a tire plant and a rebar yard, somewhere Street View forgot, but it was only a matter of time. Penny tried to remember what the street looked like in daylight, but every memory came in washed out, glaring, overexposed chunks. Maybe the light would be better tomorrow. Maybe she'd get a good picture of the three of them together, grinning vampire bright, in the blue hour before the morning shift clanged to life across the road. Penny woke to the sound of shivering metal, a tone rising through her jaw. She couldn't remember falling asleep, only the cold that seemed to build and build. She blinked at her phone. 3:07 a.m., not even close to dawn. Gia and Loda were not in their nest of blankets. Penny shoved herself upright. Her neck hurt, Overhead, the rafters crisscrossed the darkness, thin as bones picked clean. She squinted down the length of the warehouse, picking up only the edges of shapes. Her own mattress, a milk crate, the burnt-out skeleton of a shopping cart. Far off, a red light flashed in patterns that weren't regular, weren't even trying to pretend to be an alarm system. She reached for her boots. The warehouse held onto sound. Every footstep bounced up and down the walls and back again, as if the building was passing each vibration from pillar to pillar like a secret. The chill deepened. Penny zipped up her jacket and tried not to look at the cracks in the cement, the places the ground seemed to have buckled under invisible pressure. At the fire escape, she found them. Loda was standing on the grated stairs, shoulders hunched, fingers tight to the peeling rail. Gia had the door open and was leaning out like she could eat the night whole. Penny's own breath scraped in her throat. "You guys gonna smoke out there, or what?" she said, trying her best to sound like she hadn't just woken up in a cold panic. "Nah," said Gia. "Come look." Penny dragged her boots the last few steps. The city unfurled in patches, light and dark divided by the lines of factories and the silent rail yard. Usually, there would be a few cars, maybe the headlamps of a stray semi nosing through the delivery lanes. But now, the streets were empty and the silence was a new kind of loud. "There. See," Loda said. She pointed to the far end of the yard, where the fence bowed inward like something had pressed against it. Hard. Penny followed the line of her finger and found a figure standing just beyond the reach of the broken streetlight. Not a silhouette, but nearly the way a starless part of sky looks darker than the rest. Penny's scalp tightened. Is that a cop or? No movement, just the shape tall and still. Her heart gave a kind of stutter. Gia grinned. Maybe it's an alien. She nudged Loda, who did not look away. Or a security guard, said Penny, suddenly wishing she'd pulled the blankets tighter, that she'd stayed asleep, stayed curled in something safe and warm. They watched the shape for a long time. At last, Penny looked down, just for a breath, to the wavering dark where her own hands gripped the stair rail. When she looked back, the figure was gone. The three of them stood there in the teeth of the cold, not speaking. Then Gia laughed, sharp and shaky. Well, that was dumb. They went back inside, but the inside was not the same. Penny pulled the mattress closer to the others and tried closing her eyes, but sleep stayed a stranger. When the sun rose, it came sickly and thin, barely coloring the waxed paper windows. The next night, Penny waited for sleep. It didn't come. Around 1:30, she crawled from the nest and paced along the wall, hugging her arms to her chest. Every sound scraped at her nerves, the skitter of rodents behind the cinder block, the beating of her own pulse. She almost texted someone, but the battery was dead, and besides, what would she say? There's something watching us? There's something I feel in my hair and under my nails, and it's not just dust and cold? Still, the others pretended to sleep. Penny made her way to the old office at the warehouse's far side, a cubicle of cracked glass and ancient, water-warped schedules pinned to the wall. She crouched beneath the desk and drew up her knees. In the blue gloom, she spotted a stain across the linoleum, oil or something wetter, something more stubborn. She pressed her fingers to the blot and felt the sticky resistance. A thud. Penny's heart skipped. She drew her hand back and waited, breath stopped, for the world to tilt. When nothing happened, she crawled to the refuge of the others. But the next morning, the feeling had multiplied. Loda spent the first 10 minutes after waking hacking up what sounded like coins, and when she spoke, her voice was gone. She didn't eat, just stared at the distant window like a cat on the wrong side of a move. Gia barely spoke either, her eyes bright and glassy. Penny pretended not to notice, but the nerves in her hands thrummed. They stayed awake that next night, all of them. Loda stacked cans into pyramids. Gia threw old rebar at the pillars, scoring the concrete with every throw. Penny wandered, hands trailing along each wall, feeling for new cracks, blind to the dirt that built up under her nails. At the witching hour, Penny felt its strongest. A slow, gut-born certainty that the warehouse was bending, that the dark outside pressed the metal walls tighter with every tick of the second hand. She wanted to run, but she remembered the shape at the fence and the way it had not moved. Instead, Penny lay down and let the waking nightmare pass through her. She listened for the voices, the ones that echoed faintly from far-off rooms. Sometimes they sounded like her mother, and sometimes like TV static or like the cough skip of 20-year-old pipes. She did not sleep, but in morning the others seemed to. Gia curled so small her hands vanished, and Loda's face, for once, was loose, open. Penny felt a kind of pride in her responsibility. She would stay awake. She would watch the night and the things in it. She sat, humming, through the next day. The city outside was unchanged. The red warning light blinked in its erratic rhythm. The fence still bowed. On the fourth night, Penny spotted a new shape at the perimeter, shorter, hunched, but moving this time. A staccato jump, then a stop, like someone skipping rope that wasn't there. She watched it for an hour, and then she did something that surprised herself. She raised her own hand and waved. The figure froze. For a heartbeat, so did Penny. Then, impossible to mistake, it raised one arm in answer. They stood, girl and void, waving at each other across a wasteland of cracked concrete and old weeds. Penny started to laugh, and it came out as a hoarse, bubbly thing. Still, she was proud to have tried. Felt better than running. The next morning, Loda had vanished. Her bag lay where she always kicked it, but her boots were gone. Penny found a single coin on Loda's bedding, a fleck of old blood dried on its ridged edge. That day, Gia fell silent. She stared at the ceiling, and sometimes at Penny, but never at the door. At nightfall, Penny shoved the shopping cart under the latch and wedged a plank against it. She was not running, but she was not ready for the things outside either. The hours stretched. The cold grew heavier. Penny thought about the figure at the fence, and about Loda, and about the way the city seemed to leak away all color at night. She wanted Gia to say something reckless, something bright, but Gia's silence pressed as hard as the dark. Around 2 a.m., the echoing voices returned. Louder now, and for the first time, Penny could almost parse a word. Penny. A hiss. Penny. The syllables scrolled up her nerves until her hands clenched white. She lay on her back, rigid, not daring to move. But as the sound crested, a new voice tangled with it. A familiar voice, tinny and tired. Penny, wake up. She blinked and saw that Gia was leaning over her, face close and drawn. What is it? Penny croaked. Her lips tasted like iron. Gia wasn't smiling. I think we should go. We can't. I think we have to. Together, they scouted the warehouse, inch by inch. Every door was wedged from the outside. Some windows had bars, and the ones that didn't had been painted over in thick black strokes. When they returned to their nest, the mattress was shredded. Penny touched the torn vinyl, and the chemical reek of its foam insides filled her nose. Did you? She started, but Gia just shook her head. They sat together, mouths closed, until the first bruised light of day. A shadow flitted across the far end of the warehouse. Just a trick of the eyes, maybe, but something in Penny's spine twisted in recognition. By the time the sun cleared the factory roofs, Gia was sliding the plank off the door. We go, she said, and this time Penny nodded. Outside, the city was untouched. Penny wanted to be surprised, but wasn't. They moved in the open daylight, boots smacking wetly on the sidewalk. When they reached the fence, the bowed section gaped wider than before. Penny hesitated, but Gia didn't, so Penny followed. On the other side, the street emptied into a fog so thick it looked painted on. The shapes moved in the fog. Penny saw the tall one, arms too long and legs jointed wrong. She saw the hunched thing hopping toward them. She didn't want to scream. It would only echo. Instead, she took Gia's hand and together, they stepped forward. into the part of the city the sun didn't touch. They did not look back. Penny's feet moved until they forgot what solid ground felt like. She could feel the cold from the warehouse licking at her heels, but she ran anyway. Once, she almost tripped on a slumped shape lying in the gutter. Too pale, too thin, hands covering its face. She kept going. Next memory. Her bare feet on tile, some stranger's bathroom, light rattling off stained porcelain. Her mouth full of the taste of soap and bile. The mirror above the sink had been taped over with brown paper. First, Penny thought of tearing it. When Penny was a little girl, her parents told her that monsters weren't real. She asked the way little girls did, with a flat, endless curiosity that matched the Midwestern summer outside her window. "Are you sure?" Her mother, apron draped, flicked a dish towel and said, "Oh, honey, the only monsters are the ones people make." Her father, more careful with truth, would kiss the wrinkles from her brow. Say, "Some questions don't really have answers, do they?" And she'd squint at him, at the dirt under his nails and the way his forearms looked like cut slabs of lumber, and wonder if grown-ups ever met monsters in the dark, or if nighttime was only ever just nighttime for them. By 27, Penny decided that, though her parents had been largely wrong on the details, they weren't wrong in spirit. The monsters people made, that was the closest thing to wisdom in Croattsville, Illinois, if wisdom was ever a thing anyone found in this town at all. She poured vodka into flat, recycled soda cans and chain-smoked on her back porch, watching the river make its slow, serpentine crawl beneath the highway. She listened to the insect symphony and the liquid rush of faraway freight trains. When she felt very brave or very reckless, she'd walk down by the riverbank at dusk, just to prove she was bigger than her memories. One Sunday, she met the new monsters. They came out of the end of summer, when the river was low and the banks were nothing but burrs and mudflats. Penny was hungover, her tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth, the taste of old pizza and menthol slugs in the back of her throat. She wore her favorite red hoodie and the jeans she only washed when they refused to bend. Most of her friends had gone to church or to hangovers of their own. The quiet was a physical thing, so she walked, thumbing a cigarette and not lighting it, left hand jammed into the pocket of her hoodie. The sky hung low, the color of old bruises. At the bridge, she saw them. It was the movement, first. A graceless, slouching gait, upright but awkward, as if joints were ball bearings installed backward. 3 figures, human-shaped. Their skin was the color of boiled meat, loose and ropey, and even from a stone's throw across the railroad tracks. Penny could see that their faces were not right, features flattened out, lips pulled wide, eyes arranged like a child's attempt at self-portraiture. But they wore clothes ratty and ill-fitting. They were looking for something. After a moment, Penny realized they'd found it. Half concealed in the elbow of the embankment was a shape. A dog, small and splayed, a plastic grocery bag snagged to its hind leg. The figures gathered around it. They hunched, pressed close. Penny could not see what they did then, but she heard it. A wet, fibrous tearing, the low click of teeth, the sound of something being shared. She backed away, slow, hoping the cigarette's stink on her would keep her downwind. At home, she locked the door, then laughed at herself for doing it. Monsters, her brain said. Not monsters. People, her brain said. Not people. The night that followed was all fits and starts. The attic fan coughing out the same humid air it sucked in. She dreamed of faces arranged wrong, of hands that bent backward, of newscasters calmly listing off the horrors as if they were weather. The next morning, the dog was gone. Nothing but a shallow crater in the mud and a length of intestine fluttering like a party streamer from a low branch. Penny took a picture with her phone, but the camera washed out the details. Just a blur of pink and brown. Her mouth tasted like Penny's, her tongue swollen and numb. She texted a friend, Julie. "Have you seen this?" Attached the photo. Added a dog emoji for flavor. Julie replied quick. "Is this by the Amako? I'll check it out after work." Penny thought about telling her more, didn't. Instead, she went to the Quickie Mart, bought ramen and more cigarettes, and spent the rest of the day smoking on the porch. No sign of the figures, though at one point she glimpsed something white and lumpy moving in the underbrush, too far to see clearly. By Friday, the town had begun to notice things. Mrs. Tolliver's garden mangled, every carrot and cucumber sucked down to a glossy nub. Mr. Jameson's tabby never came home, its collar discovered in his front yard. The bell ringed with saliva and a single human tooth. Rumors flared on Facebook. A pack of wild boars, maybe feral dogs, Satanists. Some of the retired men who hung out at the VFW dug out their rifles, posted up in lawn chairs to watch the streets. The town's paranoia pissed off Penny. This was what she hated about Crowettsville. How everyone seemed to need a bloodless scapegoat. How smallness bred stories like clover bred bees. Part of her wanted to burst down Main Street and shout the truth. It wasn't anything you'd seen before, nothing you could shoot out of existence. It was closer. It was in the riverbank, in the air, in the slow brown murk that passed for water, and it was making itself at home. She kept seeing the things, always in threes, always together. Sometimes they just stood in open fields, faces tipped toward the sun, motionless for hours. Once, she spied them in the parking lot of Schubert's Hardware, arms draped around each other like friends at a reunion, swaying gently. They fascinated her the way identical twins in horror movies fascinated other kids. She wanted to know what they were. She wanted to see if they would notice her. She left her porch at dusk, walked down to the river. She wore a raincoat because it was all she could find, and because it felt like armor. The air was thick with gnats, and every breath tasted of algae and brine. She found them farther down. This time, they were not alone. There was a man older, dressed in neon jogging gear, headphones slung around his chin. He was face down in the mud, his legs twitching, arms spread wide. The three shapes stood over him. One bent low, as if listening for a secret. Penny watched. She expected violence, gore, the kind of thing bored high schoolers recorded on flip phones for YouTube. But the creatures weren't killing him. They were mimicking him, getting as close as possible to the shape he made. Limbs splayed, face pressed to the ground. As if they whispered to each other, traded notes on how to be more convincingly human. She backed away. In the distance, the church bells began to ring, and it sounded wrong, like the river had swallowed the sound and spit it out as static. That night, she dreamed of being devoured. Not chewed or torn, but slowly, methodically, as if she was being rewritten from the outside in. She woke up convinced that something had changed behind her eyes, and that if she looked in the mirror, her face would not line up the way she remembered. The feeling stayed with her for days, the sense that there was an echo living in her skull. On Sunday, Penny heard someone knocking. She ignored it, let whoever it was pound until they gave up. A few hours later, she found a note pressed under her door. "You need to see this." It was Julie's handwriting. "Meet me at the bandstand, 9 p.m. Penny debated for hours whether to go. The monsters had seemed harmless, more alien than predatory. But she had the animal certainty that this meeting was not just about her. She went anyway because that's what her parents had raised her to do. Go to the thing even if you knew it would make everything worse. Julie was at the bench, wearing too much eyeliner and the same wet, shell-shocked look that all the town's women wore by the end of August. She didn't sit, just paced, frantic, like a wind-up toy unwinding. When Penny got close, Julie grabbed her arm. Her skin was cold, nails painted with chipped glitter polish. "They took my cat." Julie's voice was flat. Penny tried to decide if the right answer was to say she was sorry, or to ask if Julie wanted to get drunk and forget about it. Before she could say anything, Julie pulled her phone from her pocket, shoved it in Penny's face. "Look." The video was grainy, night vision sharp. There were the creatures, 3 of them, clustered around Julie's porch. They pawed at a cardboard box. After half a minute, One of them straightened, cradling a striped kitten in its arms. It pressed the kitten to its face as if inhaling its scent, then gently laid it back in the box and walked away. The kitten stood, arched its back, and trailed after them, off the screen down into the dark. "They're collecting?" Penny said, and felt foolish even as she spoke. Julie's face crumpled, but she didn't cry. "They're taking everything. Animals, food, like they're getting ready for something." She shivered. "I heard them, Penny. They were in the backyard last night. They made this sound, like people talking backwards." Penny tried to remember her mother's voice, the calm of it. She only got as far as the shape of her hand and the smell of burnt sugar. "I think," Penny said, "I think they're learning." Julie looked at her, hollowed out by fear, and for a moment they were both small girls again, huddled in Penny's living room watching horror movies their parents forbade. But now the monsters were outside, and there was no one to banish them. They waited together for an hour, saying nothing. The sky darkened to a deep navy, the stars crowded out by haze. When Julie left, Penny stayed behind, staring at the river. It seemed to pulse in the dark, a living vein running beneath the town. The next morning, Penny woke to the sound of her front door opening. She snapped awake, heart pounding fast, a pencil stub clutched in. Penny had never once gotten used to the way her bedroom trembled at night. Most people, rational or not, chalked up the phenomenon to the perpetual roadwork outside. The jackhammers, the mini bulldozers trudging their squat bodies up and down the midnight asphalt. The city's unquenchable thirst to unspool more cables under the streets. When her friends pressed, she repeated that same explanation, a well-rehearsed script. If she ever said anything different, the apartment would take offense. She'd tried everything. White noise machines, rock salt lined across the doorframe, even a loyalty card at the bodega on the corner for their extra-strength melatonin. Nothing worked. Tonight, the room started shaking at 2:28 a.m., 22 minutes earlier than usual. Penny's teeth rattled in their gums. She sat bolt upright in bed, annoyed more than scared. Her roommate, Kylie, was out at an all-night pottery class or a seance, one of her visualizations of intention, and wouldn't be home until dawn. Penny glared at the IKEA bookcase. All the objects were dancing in place. Rows of Funko Pops wiggling in formation, the leaning stack of psychology textbooks thrumming in resonance, a slinky inching toward the edge. The slight, rhythmic shift of the floor felt nothing like a train or a city bus. It was the sensation she imagined you'd have in a coffin, if the earth decided it was bored of holding you and wanted you out. She flicked on her phone, scrolling through memes with an intensity bred from years of trying not to listen. There were new messages from her Discord group, but her thumb paused over them. No one would believe her. On impulse, she started a voice recording. The phone's tiny microphone lit up as it captured the subtle, undulating creak of her mattress and the groaning protest of the walls. The room vibrated in a low, subsonic note that made her molars ache. She pressed the phone to her chest, as if to hug her own heart back into a normal rhythm. From the corner of her eye, she caught something moving, something not quite as straightforward as the Funko Pops, but with the same repetitive bounce. She tensed, a basic response, the holdover from all the years in the foster system, when any movement after dark meant a different kind of threat. This was not that. There was an extra shadow near her closet door, bulbous and black, curved like a jellyfish bell. She squinted, trying to reconstruct it as an innocent thing. A coat on a rack, a skateboard helmet knocked off its hook, but the shape twitched in ways Penny's stuff never had. She did not blink. The shadow did. Her tongue might as well have been a strip of jerky. She could taste her own nervous sweat. She snuck her hand under her pillow and gripped the handle of her apartment bat, a scuffed-up Louisville Slugger left by a previous tenant, her registered emotional support weapon. If this was another break-in, her brain thought at least it would be explainable. The trembling paused, as if someone had pressed mute. She dared a glance at the closet again. The shadow stayed, but the closet door was a finger width ajar now. Not open enough to see inside, but Penny could sense a draft, cold and sweet like wet stone. The shadow's edge melted into the dark, reforming with a slow, viscous crawl. She wondered how many stories high she'd have to be before falling out the window would hurt less than waiting for the closet to open. A muffled voice snaked out from inside the closet. "Penny!" The bat slipped out of her grip and bounced on the carpet. An ex-husband, a social worker, a petty thief. She had braced herself for all of them in her life, but not for her own name called out in the voice of her sister. She hadn't seen Charlotte in 11 years. Not since the day their mother left them together in a chain restaurant parking lot and told them to stay put, don't talk to strangers. They'd waited until the streetlights came on. Then Charlotte stopped being a child and started being a ghost. There was no second chance, no forwarding address. Penny reached for the closet, knees shaking. All rationality shrunk to a pinpoint. "Char," she whispered. The closet answered with a wet, cavernous gurgle. This was not nostalgia. This was not grief. This was not her sister. The shadow frothed outward, thickening, as if 100 moths were trying to occupy the same space at once. Penny scrambled backward and yanked the bat from the mess of sheets. Her skin prickled with fever. She wanted to run, but there was nowhere to go. The only exit was next to the closet, and the window overlooked nothing but a brick alley and 3 floors of freefall. She raised the bat, all 5 feet one of her bracing for impact, and snarled, "Whatever you are, pick on someone else." The shadow paused, contracting into a faint line, then stretched fast like chewed gum across the carpet in her direction. Penny swung the bat. It passed through the blackness, catching only a shudder of cold that numbed her hands. The shadow burst up her arms, into her face, filling her ears with the sound of static and far-off sirens, then settled around her chest like a sopping coat. The world sharpened. Everything in her room became straight-edged and steadfast. The pounding in her head ebbed. She realized she wasn't alone. Dozens, maybe hundreds of eyes, the white ovals of suppressed Funko faces, the half-moon glint off the nail clipper on her dresser, the gaping pupil of her own phone's camera, stared at her with a hungry expectation. The closet door yawned wider, waiting. She stepped toward it, not because she had to, but because she was supposed to. The inside of the closet was nothing special. A tangle of wire hangers, a stack of plastic bins, a long-abandoned vacuum with a broken handle. But Penny saw more than the closet. She saw the afterimage of her old childhood bedroom, the pale blue walls and the fluorescent constellations tacked to the ceiling. The air was swampy with the smell of Band-Aids and lemon Lysol and the copper-green scent of fear. There was a stain on the carpet, tiny, circular, as if someone had jabbed it repeatedly with a marker or a cigarette. The stain pulsed, and Penny knew she was supposed to touch it. She crouched, nudged it with her finger. Instant cold slithered up her arm. Somewhere above her, the closet shelf creaked. A child's voice, high and breathless. "Come on, I saved a spot for you." Penny's scalp shriveled. She forced herself to stand. The closet shelf, invisible in the dark, held only a dusty plastic crate and a shoebox. But the voice came again. "Come on, Pen. Don't leave me here." She should have run. She knew it, but her hand was already reaching up, like some marionette thing, fingers numb and clumsy. Before she could stop herself, she pulled down the shoebox. It was heavier than memory, and the lid was taped with a brittle layer of yellowed Scotch tape. Red block letters on the side, drawn by a child's hand. Penny's secrets. She didn't recall ever making a box like this, but her hands did, peeling off the tape, opening the lid. Inside were teeth, hundreds of them, not sorted or cleaned, just milk teeth in a jumble. Incisors, molars, canines. Some were cracked, some nested into others like Russian dolls. A fossil-rich heap radiating a vinegar tang. A final baby tooth, rimmed with dried blood, wiggled by itself at the bottom. This was the one that had never fallen out, the one she'd pried loose herself after a fight with Charlotte over who got the last cosmic brownie. The memory was so crisp that Penny gagged, the taste of iron in her throat. "You promised?" The voice hissed, not childlike anymore but thin, adult, distorted. "You swore you wouldn't lose me." The baby tooth rattled in the box, then leapt to the carpet and rolled beneath the vacuum. Penny flinched, ankle twisting as she tried to stop it with her bare foot. A hot, syrupy pressure ballooned behind her eyes. She tried to drop the box, but her arms wouldn't listen. The teeth inside scuttled and shifted, the pile reconfiguring itself into a pyramid, then a spiral, then a slow, writhing hand that beckoned her inward. In her head, 1,000 voices screamed, but outside, only the mechanical hum of the city pressed against the apartment walls. She reached for the vacuum, rootling around the closet floor. When she pulled it back, the baby tooth was gone. Someone breathed cool on her neck. The closet door banged shut behind her, plunging her into a perfect, starless dark. Penny couldn't see, but she could still hear the teeth, clattering and grinding, arranging themselves into new secrets. She pressed her face against the closed door and whispered, "I didn't lose you, I swear. I never lost you." On the other side of the closet, the room started to vibrate again, shaking Penny's own words loose from the walls, making them echo back to her. Felt like it would never stop. It didn't. Penny could hear her own wet breathing through the mask, the rasp of polyester fiber filter puckering inwards as she sucked air, the frank, disbelieving heartbeat that thumped in her sinuses. She was hunched behind a trash bin, back to the cinder block wall behind the taco palace, knees sticky against the hot, ancient gum-studded pavement. A warm June night baked the alley in yeasty, rotten smells, and somewhere up the row, the shriek song of a cicada sawed open the silence. She peered through the opening between the bin and the crooked lattice of an old plastic milk crate, the city night blank and blue-bright beyond, full of sodium vapor and restless shifting. Nothing at first, just the thin, sweet stink of fryer grease. But after a moment, the echo came again. A flurry of footsteps, shoes scraping on blacktop, the tail end of someone's yelp. Loud and too close. She pressed herself flatter, palm finding a sticky wetness that set her teeth on edge. Dead quiet. Then, the wind, barely there, kicked up a tangle of napkins and pushed a bottle cap into a slow roll. Penny's knees ached. Her phone vibrated, skittery in her back pocket, and, against every instinct, she fished it out, shielding its blue glow beneath her hand. Still alive? Read the text. She thumbed a reply, "Banana Man still at large," and hit send. Somewhere down Fry Street, barely a block off, a car horn barked 3 quick times, a code she and the others had agreed upon in the stifling dark of Jenna's dorm room. She swallowed, feeling her uvula throb in time with her pulse, and got to her feet. Her knees wobbled, an old volleyball injury sparking pain up the right side. Penny steadied herself and inched closer to the street, keeping her silhouette tight, elbows in, like she'd learned from hours of cut-rate parkour videos. She saw him at once, the banana suit, almost too on the nose for Denton's post-finals party circuit. But this time twisted, the foam darkened with something that wasn't beer. He lurched from behind a row of rusted-out trash cans, clutching his side, a sticky trail dotting the sidewalk in his wake. His face, crimped into an expression both desperate and sly, glistened with sweat. A sickly sweet, overripe tang crept across the air and into Penny's nostrils. Not just sweat. The costume had started to rot. He didn't see her at first. His head bobbed and jerked, looking past her, up toward the huddle of Greek houses. Penny slid between 2 parked cars, instincts atomized into fight-flight, sending a spike of adrenaline up the back of her skull. She forced her breathing to slow, pulse punching at her neck. In the cratered silence, she could hear, faintly, the sound of shoes dragging behind him. Penny held up her phone and thumbed open the camera, aiming it careful, steady hands despite the tremor. The banana man paused under the pallid cone of a streetlight. His hand came away from his side glistening, and he flicked the blood onto the curb in a half-finished gesture, like an actor losing track of the script. He looked up, then, eyes roving, and Penny ducked behind a white Prius. She could feel his gaze hover just over her head, the weight of it exactly like the time in third grade when a tornado drill turned real and the class crouched in the dark, waiting for the all-clear. She squinted through the Prius window. The banana man turned, moving up the middle of the street, feet slapping against asphalt in slurry, uneven gaits. Something about the mask he wore, fabric yellow, but with sharp, uneven slashes where the mouth and eyes should be, gave Penny the creeps in a way she didn't care to explain. She watched, biting her tongue, as the shape receded. She waited another minute just to be sure. Then she limped out, craning her neck to check if anyone else had come to watch. The street glimmered in the way the world does after 3 consecutive days of finals and 2 consecutive nights of not sleeping, each lamp haloed and alive. It was only when she'd crossed the street, half past the glass-fronted vape shop, that she noticed what he'd left behind. A line of sticky, spattered berries, crushed into the street like a breadcrumb trail. Penny crouched low and brushed one with a finger. Blueberry? There was no smell of blood, only the sharp, whiny tang of ferment. Her phone buzzed again. Jenna. This time. Lost him? The text read. She texted back, yeah, he's leaking fruit. She hesitated, then added, that's not normal, right? Penny didn't wait for a reply. She pocketed her phone and wiped her berry-stained finger on her shorts, heading up the alley and out of the spreading blue glow of the streetlights. Every step felt less and less like a joke. Somewhere up ahead, the banana man's shadow twisted and flickered, jerking between lamp posts, each time a little further away, a little more unreal. Penny let herself follow, not quite sure if the thing she'd seen was a costume or an invitation. The memory would come to her weeks later, while cowering in the secondary janitor's closet at North Campus Library. But for now it lingered at the edge of her thoughts, fermenting into something wild and mean. She picked up speed, wincing at every uneven stride, and let herself become part of the chase. Jenna was already waiting for her outside the 24-hour diner, the one with the giant rotating neon chicken in the window and an AM radio stuck on evangelical talk. She sat slumped in the sticky plastic booth, head down, hair in a tangle, staring at a mug of coffee with the intensity of someone about to hex it. Penny slid into the booth across from her, trying to keep the berry stains off the seat. You look like crap, Jenna said without looking up. Penny ran her hands over her hair, then her face, and shrugged. Banana man's gone. He left a trail. Jenna finally looked up, baggy eyes flicking to Penny's stained shorts. So what, he's bleeding blueberries now? Penny nodded. She wanted to laugh, but it kept catching in her throat. It's not normal, is it? Jenna cradled her mug. It's Denton. Not normal doesn't narrow it down. They sat for a while, immersed in the wump-wump of the chicken sign outside and the distant, anxious crunch of someone scraping burnt bacon off the grill. Penny tapped the rim of her water glass, trying to slow the buzz in her chest. She forced herself to recount everything, to Jenna, to herself, methodical and clinical like running a chemistry experiment. When she finished, Jenna closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, she said finally. You know what this means, right? This is escalating. Penny nodded, feeling the tightness shift from her chest to her scalp. I think it's trying to get somewhere, like it has places to be. Jenna snorted a short, humorless laugh. What does a mutant banana want with Fry Street? Penny considered this, then shrugged. Dunno. But it's not the only one. Jenna's eyes snapped open. There's more. Penny thought about saying no, but the words wanted out. There's always more. The coffee refilled itself, inches at a time, as their thoughts curled around each other. Penny kept seeing that face, the slack mouth, the unmoving eyes behind the mask, the way blood had looked like nothing, just blue. "Did you ever see where it came from?" Jenna asked, voice low now, conspiratorial. Penny shook her head. "Started at that old t-shirt shop. Broke in, I think. Back doors all splintered." Jenna typed something into her phone and showed Penny the screen. 3 posts on the campus social, all in the past hour. All banana sightings. The pictures were blurry, but there it was. Sometimes alone, sometimes flanked by shapes even less distinct. A parade of costumes gone rotten. One photo showed a smear of yellow foam handprints on the brick of the old city hall. "Why didn't we notice this was happening?" Jenna's voice was tight, almost angry. "Finals," Penny offered. Jenna rolled her eyes. "Sure." Penny looked at her friend, lips pressed together, and saw the tremble in her hands. Neither of them had finished their coffee. In the space between the refills, Penny imagined the city awash with these things, multiplying, hatching from the midnight haze of party-town detritus. It was the kind of thing that only made sense if you accepted it immediately and without doubt, a phenomenon that existed just out of focus, stories cross-pollinating with rumor and dare. Jenna's phone vibrated again. A new post. A video, 30 seconds long. Shaky cam of the banana man loping down the sidewalk, pursued by a trio of campus police. One of the cops peeled off, skidded, and fell behind, as if something invisible had pushed him. The banana man didn't stop. He turned a corner and vanished from view. Penny felt her chest hollow out, the air in the diner suddenly dense. She wanted to do something, but didn't know what. There were no real instructions for this kind of problem. Either you ran or you watched. Jenna poured more cream into her cup. "We'll go see tomorrow," she said in a voice that tried for casual. "If it's real, there'll be evidence." Penny nodded, already knowing she wouldn't sleep. "Yeah." They walked home in silence, the city light diffused in the late-night haze, each lamp a small sun. At the bend in their street, Penny thought she glimpsed something slumped in a bus shelter. Not the banana man, but maybe a friend, or an early iteration. A somber, unmoving shape, its body hunched, skin flaking off in sheets. Jenna looked at Penny, then at the thing, and didn't say a word. They hurried home, doors double-locked, and pretended the world outside was still explainable, still held together by coffee and finals and the tired, routine cruelties of college. But in the morning, the rotten smell would seep under the door, and Penny would know it wasn't a joke any longer. She didn't remember falling asleep, but woke to the television blaring 3 rooms away, her phone still glued to her palm. The notifications were endless. Blurry photos, hot takes, more videos. Some kids had turned the banana man into a meme overnight, swapping the foam head onto every unlikely local landmark in lurid Photoshop. But the posts had changed, too. The tone was different, nervous, crowdsourced, anxious. Jenna made them toast, silent except for the clatter of plates. Penny felt the urge to say something like, "We'll be fine," but it felt like lying, and anyway, it wasn't what the moment required. They set out for the t-shirt shop just after noon. The old street had never looked so empty, sidewalks washed pale by sun and absence. The shops were shut, except for a cleaning crew hosing off a dark, viscous stain near the corner. Penny shuffled past, her stomach clenching, unable to shake the sticky feeling of fruit glaze from her fingertips. The back door of the shop was splintered open, just as she'd remembered. Inside, the floor was damp, a thin line of purplish puddle slinking toward a drain. Jenna poked at the puddle with a bent coat hanger. It came up stringy, gummy, with a smell halfway between candy and decomposition. "Is that mold? Or jam?" said Penny. "Maybe both." They followed the trail inside. Racks of shirts leaned at odd angles, shelves appended, the cash register still spitting out receipts. In the center of the room, a yellowed banana suit lay in a puddle of itself, The foam slumped over in a way that reminded Penny of a corpse. One hand stretched toward the door. Jenna edged closer. "Looks empty." Penny shook her head. The wind combed Penny's hair back in wet, needling sweeps as she trudged up the muddy embankment, her steel-toed boots trying and failing to outmuscle ancient clay and knotted roots. She'd left behind the moribund river and the snapping skeletons of willow branches. The whole city, some 6 miles behind, muttered to itself in post-midnight smog. She could almost see her apartment's lean silhouette, its buzz of blue-white LED light. But the city was off-limits tonight. She'd made sure of it. At the crest, she pawed at the caked earth to steady herself, then spat out a pebble that had slammed her front tooth. There, the plot, huddled at the margins of a bus company's depot, choked with wet leaves, dog ends, and the salt-thick tales of rat activity. She smiled a little, half-mocking. This was the spot. "You're here early." Beau's voice was a vein in the air, thin and impossible to pin. He loomed at the edge of the trees, picking at the paper on a cigarette. Penny shrugged, letting her backpack slide down. It thumped into a puddle and instantly bled dark water. "I live for the anticipation." "You live for drama," he corrected. "Sometimes the same thing." She unsnapped her bag and tossed him a headlamp. It clanged off his chest, splattering him with creek mud. He stared at it with the flat nonchalance of a taxidermist. There was a little more light now, moon slicing through the cloud rack and skating over broken glass. The city's towers behind her blinked on and off, like a migraine. They eyed the old depot as if it was a stain that would eventually be sandblasted away. "Have you ever been here before?" Beau asked, scanning the cracked concrete and its bloom of cigarette burns. Penny rolled her shoulders, felt the joints rasp in their sleeves. There was an itch crawling up her scalp that she refused to scratch. "Only in nightmares." "You?" He ignored that, or maybe it was the wind. "Let's get set up." She jammed her gloves on, rubber grating against the pink web of scars beneath. Somewhere to her left, an animal, a possum probably, scrabbled frantically over plastic detritus. Penny listened, half expecting it to utter something in crisp English, but it only gnashed and vanished. They worked in lopsided synchrony. Beau unfurled the ancient tangle of coax and speaker wire, grumbling when the knots caught his raw knuckles. Penny uncapped the glass jars, releasing a note like formaldehyde and singed hair, each labeled with an initial and date. The Sharpie had bled, making P look like its own cartoon ghost. She lined them up on the derelict bus stop bench, which still clung to its victory of graffiti over municipal paint. The wind was picking up, gusting around the depot's corners and howling briefly in the empty ticket booth. Penny frowned. The forecast had promised nothing but drizzling banality. Not this. She zipped up her vest, but it only made her colder. "Is this enough?" Beau shouldered the modular receiver case and eyed her with a quiet dare. "It's what we've got," Penny said, but she was thinking about that static in the air, the way it tasted brackish and tinny on her tongue. She stretched the wires in a zigzag from bench to fence, then stabbed the copper ends into the moist ground. Beau set down the case and opened it, flicking switches one after the other. The panel blinked to life with a row of flickery diodes. The first jar's cap stuck. Penny wrestled it, felt the web of condensation form under her glove. She twisted, and with a tiny gasp, it gave, breathing out the stench of vinegar and hot plastic. She dabbed the cotton swab into the murk, then smeared it across the contact point on the receiver. A little joke, DNA handshake, she called it. One of those phrases that hung in the air after it was funny. She caught Beau's expression and almost laughed. Instead, she reached for the next jar. After their third run, Beau stood up and let his neck roll around like a lazy clock hand. "What's it supposed to do again?" Penny considered the question. "It's supposed to listen to what we can't. You believe in ghosts, right?" He made a face. "I believe in bankruptcy and property tax." Not as spooky, but harder to get rid of. Spoken like a landlord, she muttered. He didn't deny it. She liked him for that, hated him for it too. They waited. The receiver case hummed and ticked. Penny tried to pick out the city noise from the noise of the woods, but it was impossible. There was nothing but the eternal loop of distant traffic, wind, and the weirdly persistent shushing of grass. The device didn't so much as twitch. "That's disappointing," Bo said at last, flinging the spent cigarette into the brambles. But then the hair along Penny's wrist stood up. There was a smell, urgent and cold, like water that had been trapped in a basement for decades. She leaned in closer to the setup, holding her breath. The static burst from the receiver, jagged and crystalline, punctuated by deep, echoing clicks. Not radio, not even interference. Something that felt like it belonged to the ground itself. Penny's heart double-pumped. The wires quivered in their slurry of mud and rain. Bo yanked off his headlamp. "What the hell?" She motioned for him to shush, not sure if she wanted to hear it herself. The clicks became slurred syllables, staccato and then drawn out, a parody of language. It didn't make sense. It made less sense than the recorder's scratchy playback that she'd obsessed over in the last 6 months. This was bigger. It sounded like someone dialing their teeth. "Run it through the filter," she said, voice pale. Bo's hands scrabbled over the dials. The static dipped into a low, resonant groan, then up into a mosaic of shrieks. In the shadows by the fence, a fishhook of movement. Penny thought she saw a pale arm or a tangle of plastic bags. Flicked away. "Jesus," Bo whispered. Something slammed off the wire grid. A jar toppled, spilled old saliva and brine. Penny's mouth filled with a taste like scorched ozone. Bo pulled back. "Enough!" He started cramming equipment back into the case. Reckless, panicked. But Penny could barely move. The wind, the groaning air, the language that hummed up through her feet into her spine. She was rooted. She wanted to leave an imprint here, some token of herself in this mud, like a promise or a curse. Instead, she watched as the wires hunched and recoiled, the LEDs on the receiver flickering into a Morse code that was used and ancient. The voice in the device got bolder, filling the space like a mocking song. Bo snapped the case shut and took a step back. "You coming or not?" Penny nodded, but didn't move. A sudden calm dropped over her, almost pleasant in its completeness. She crouched, running her gloved hand over the pockmarked bench. A sliver of glass nicked her skin beneath the fabric, and a line of blood welled up, perfect and bright. She gazed at it. There was a story in that, she thought. Not a ghost story, something more cellular, more mundane. A record of a moment, a proof of contact. She pressed the cut against the bench and stood up, leaving a red thumbprint over the spray-painted "fuck." At the bottom of the embankment, Bo called for her again. His voice was shaky, insistent. Penny zipped her gloves tighter, slung the battered backpack over one shoulder, and at last started down. She never looked back at the fence. She didn't need to. She'd already heard it. That was enough for tonight. She made it halfway to the city before the taste in her mouth went away, and she realized she was smiling, wide enough that her cheeks ached. The voice on the wire was stuck in her head, repeating itself in mechanical stutters. It was supposed to be scary, but it just felt true. Penny watched the way the lantern light tugged and pulled at the peeling wallpaper, turning the familiar hallway bloaty and strange. Her sister's ancient townhouse, hammered into shape by generations of dockside ghosts, creaked like a spine settling as she crept from the guest room toward the stairwell. She'd heard something earlier, a brief, throat-clearing cough, thick and dry, followed by the soft, unhappy hush of feet dragging along warped boards. When she'd whispered her sister's name, twice, silence slopped back down the corridor like wet tar. She hadn't slept since. It was nearly 2 a.m. by the groping blue digits of her phone. She left the warm wedge of electric light behind her, stepping out into the dark where the house's chill braided up her legs. The carpet was cheap, bristly, and aging badly, a rash across the steps. Penny inhaled and paused. Something plastic and faintly sweet drifted out from the direction of the kitchen, beneath the constant, low-gutty drone of the refrigerator. She reached the bottom of the stairs and eyed the door to the living room, which hung open a hard 2 inches, as if the darkness beyond argued with its own containment. Growing up, she'd hated that door. It was older than the rest of the house, repurposed from an off-kilter Gothic somewhere in Pennsylvania, full of weird, knuckly growths in the wood. Once she'd imagined a nest of beetles living inside the panels, wriggling their glossy carapaces against each other, chewing air and dead starlight. She'd never looked at it head-on after dark. The house exhaled. Penny padded to the living room door and pressed her palm to the grain. Cool wood, slightly sticky. She found herself counting, out of nowhere. 1 1,000, 2 1,003, her pulse swinging wild and fox-fast. She laughed, quiet and weak, and pushed the door. No one there, of course. The couch, a piece of furniture upholstered in the soft fungal hue of old oatmeal, stared at her blankly. The TV, a clunky flat screen, sat inert. Nothing moved except for the tarry darkness brewing in the corners. Penny wondered if her sister had left something on. An old vape pen, forgotten on the charger. Maybe there was a dying animal in the walls. A raccoon? She slithered along the wall toward the kitchen. If she was honest, she missed the racket of her own place, the way the city kept a pulse alive no matter how dead you felt inside. Here, the silence hung heavier, as if every wheeze and clatter could mean something. She flicked on the kitchen light, bracing for scurrying rodentia, but there was just the beige monotony of laminate countertops and an empty table. Something nipped at her heel. She yelped, overreacted, and looked down. Nothing but a plastic bag, high-ghosted by fridge light, scraping along the linoleum. She bent to pick it up. The bag was crusty with something brown and resin-like, sticky around the handles. Penny lifted it to eye level, squinting. Inside, curled on itself like a mummified animal, a sheaf of dry, blackened roses, their thorns poking through wax paper crusted with scabs of decayed leaf. She'd almost dropped it again. The smell hit so sudden, but she held it close, examining. Why was there a bouquet in the trash, she wondered, obviously weeks dead but still, in some idiot way, beautiful? Her sister wasn't the romantic type. She nearly dropped the bag again when the cough came back, louder, angrier, trolling up from the vent just behind her. Penny whirled around. Nothing. The register beneath the window, clean and cold. She pressed her hand to it, testing. Out of habit, she looked up at the ceiling, as if something might be slithering through ductwork or crawling the beams. She couldn't stop hearing it now, the cough. Soft but persistent, like the way a child might try to get your attention from the back seat. Penny put the roses on the counter and listened. It came again, muffled, but now it sounded like it was inside the walls, threading a complaint through the old plank bones of the house. "Screw this," she muttered. She was halfway to the stairwell, phone in hand, when the cough splintered into something else. The low, serrated edge of a laugh. Instantly, she recalculated. Her sister was a prank-happy nightmare when she wanted to be, and Penny hated her, loved her, for it. She strode back toward the steps, pausing at the living room again. The light was still on in the kitchen. She could see its reflection, warped and skinny, in the dark glass of the TV. The hallway behind her looked deeper now, the wallpaper crawling with their childhood bruises. Ketchup handprints, dampened pencil scribbles, a memory of a punch that left a dent no one ever fixed. The laugh came again, longer this time. A voice, ragged. "Hello?" She shivered. That was not her sister's voice. The word echo-wobbled around Penny. The silence after felt vacuum-sealed. She cycled through the threats she could muster. Was a neighbor screwing with her? Some weird old creeper in the attic? She thought about the roses, and the way they'd looked twisted and abandoned, and grabbed the heaviest thing she could find, a 3-ring binder stuffed with back taxes, from the shelf by the stairs. She gripped it to her chest like a shield, then tiptoed up the steps, each one squealing her advance. She made it to the landing before anything else happened. The ceiling overhead pressed lower than she remembered, some kind of attic crawl space above, the access panel a flat white square near the top of the landing. She'd never seen it open in her life. She got her phone torch out, flicked it up, and aimed the beam. Scratches, longer than any pet could make, and splintered so deep some of the paint had curled up in sharp, fingernail-thin tendrils. A chill of the bone panic skived along her back. She was a grown woman, but she couldn't keep herself from thinking about the things that lived in the dark. Her mother's voice, when she was 6, telling her the house was full of them. All they had to do was behave. She never learned what they would do if she didn't. Something moved behind the attic door, a shuffle deliberate. She pressed her head down and held her breath, willing the universe to grant her invisibility. Nothing. She edged past it, into the hallway, toward her sister's door. "Mel?" she said, soft. No answer. She tried the knob, found it unlocked. She pushed the door open. There was her sister, lying atop the covers, arms cuffed around her knees, eyes wide and reflective in the phone light. Penny let out a hiss of breath. Mel didn't look up, just kept staring straight ahead. Were you just... Mel slowly shook her head. "Was that you?" A shake. "Is it Dad again?" Penny tried to smile, but it scudded off her face, unmoored. Mel's voice was a dry, wary whisper. "Go see. I already looked. The kitchen. The vents. Go see, Pen." Penny wanted to curse, but she had promised to stop. She backed out and closed Mel's door, feeling her sister's gaze bore into the splinters. The attic. Great. She could almost hear her own therapist, a mashup of mindfulness apps and obliging, overworked social worker. Do the scary thing, break the cycle. She squared up to the attic hatch and dug her nails under the lip. It opened with a noise like a rib cracking. Penny squinted into the dark, phone light slashing across fiberglass fluff and loose nails. No ladder, just a 6-inch gap between her and whatever was up there. She nudged the hatch higher, peered in. The insulation was troweled with mouse turds, but she froze when her beam caught on something vivid. A single, fresh-looking rose, barely wilted, lying on a slab of plywood next to a black plastic bag. "What the hell?" she breathed. Another cough. This time, from above. It was impossible, but she swore it sounded like a woman's voice, older but not ancient, sludged with secret. Penny. Hearing her own name in that way, nothing had ever felt so wrong. She almost bolted. Every cell told her to close the panel, run back to her sister's room, bundle under a blanket and text until sunrise. But something harder, more stubborn, kept her there. She lifted herself up, the edges of the opening biting into her ribs, and pulled herself into the attic. The place smelled like wet paper and rancid fruit. She took a sharp breath through her mouth and crawled toward the plywood square. The rose up close was nothing like the dried ones in the kitchen. Its petals were soft and wet, the deep blood color still vibrant. She reached out to touch it, but stopped her. That's when she saw the hand, tucked under the bag, fingers curled and unmoving. Penny wanted to scream, but her voice was thin and stuck. She edged closer, careful not to shake, and poked the bag with the spine of the binder. The hand didn't move. She swallowed and reached again. This time the fingers were cool and rubbery, the nails bruised and packed with insulation dust. Not real, she told herself. Some kind of prop, a dummy. Her sister always did have a knack for special effects. But why was it up here, alone, next to a fresh rose? Why did it look so much like... Penny? The voice croaked, right behind her. She whipped around, flashlight strobing crazy. There was nothing but the hatch, now closed, and the black cave of the rest of the attic. She scrambled for the opening. It wouldn't budge. Someone had locked it from the outside. Her phone buzzed. A text from Mel. "Don't be mad." Penny's hands shook so hard the phone slipped from her palms and skittered into the dark. Something shuffled behind her, slower this time, wet and full of purpose. The cough, ancient and lower, sounded like someone boiling inside a drum. She flattened herself against the plywood, eyes wide and blind. Out of the dark, something cold and oozing pressed against her neck. The scent of wilted flowers, spoiled breath. She thought of her mother, then, and how she'd warned her about the dark things in the house, how they only came when you ignored them, when you grew up and tricked yourself into thinking the world was safe. The cold thing gummed her ear, and in a voice that was hers but not hers, it whispered, "Now you know, Penny. Now you know." Someone opened the hatch. A wash of cold, rectangular light burst into the attic. Mel crouched over the opening. She looked terrified but determined. Penny tried to reply, but her mouth was packed with insulation, her lungs gritty with dust. A hand burst out from under the bag. A second hand, veined and old as tree bark, clamping around her wrist. Penny thrashed, heart close to detonation. Mel's voice was closer now. "Let go, let go, let go." The old hand released her. It tangled back into itself, hissing up into some secret duct, pulling the smell of dead roses with it. Penny fell through the hatch, knocking her elbow and shrieking the whole way down. She lay sprawled on the carpet while her sister hovered overhead, eyes shining with honest, terrified tears. Mel started to laugh, brittle and broken, and Penny realized she was doing the same. She wanted to leave the house, right then, but she was shivering so hard she could barely get her legs working. The corridor pulsed around her. The wallpaper seemed to bristle, hungry. She staggered to her feet and looked back at the attic. The roses were gone. So was the bag. Penny limped to the bathroom and locked the door, then sat on the toilet and sobbed until her throat was ribboned raw. When she finally looked up, her eyes were bloodshot and feral in the tiny, tinny mirror. She splashed water on her face, choking back. She kept recalibrating her mind to the perimeter, the thought that she was a gatekeeper. Penny loved the slurp of sludgy coffee at dawn, that time of day when the city spat up its nocturnal secrets and everything could be rinsed clean with hot liquid and a compulsive, bounding optimism. She always walked to work early, choosing broken sidewalks, chewing off hangnails, catching every echo. The way headlights skittered across the old bank's granite face, making the battered columns look like the arms of sleeping giants. Even this neighborhood, with its doorstep shrines and whipped cream graffiti, felt animated to her, animated by possibility and chaos. She cruised down Bayberry Street, wind-punked and ribby from a night of bad sleep, still white-knuckling her travel mug and repeating a joke she'd have to tell once she got to the office. Something about elephants and therapy. She'd laugh at people would laugh, which mattered even if they never remembered her name. Funhouse reflections in bus-stop plastic glass made her skinny face pop between real and distorted. She had a long friendless time in the years before college and liked reflecting on that, not in a masochistic way, more for the stamina it gave her, the sense that she could breathe underwater if forced. The day started loud. Power saws belched somewhere behind the pawn shop, making the whole block vibrate. Penny liked that, too, the threat of extinction in every honeysuckle breeze. She was a tribune, after all. She conducted the city's surveys, harangued the census takers, mapped abandoned properties, and generally performed as the neighborhood's designated busybody. Some people just naturally accrued responsibility. She wore it with a John Deere cap and puffer vest because it looked ironic and also because she'd read that puffer vests made people trust you. Her job was to keep everything upright, to prevent entropy, to make sure the city didn't devour itself faster than planned. Most of her work was emails and boots-on-the-ground reporting and the occasional mid-level decision about pothole triage or garbage collection, but it also came with a series of caveats, like, Never go into the old bellwether. That was the rule. Even as a kid, bellwether had been off limits. The caved-in mansion that folks had pulsed at twilight. It stood 15 blocks from her apartment, shanked by overgrowth and a mealy, demented silence. Bellwether was the her in all the afternoons that made Penny feel watched. She never went near it until a week after the incident with the notices on people's stoops. The old ladies started shrieking about them at the council meeting. Not the normal brown legal notices, but thick black slips folded with origami precision, anchored to every third door in the Lithuanian quarter. The slips appeared overnight, never on the same route twice, always with that same message: remain in place. Sometimes, as with the Tran family, the slip appeared 2 mornings running, the second time rewritten in Korean. Conspiracies combusted. Old men whittled talismans, and the block mothers stopped sending their kids for bread. Penny was sent to investigate. It made sense. She was good at acting, and it was, in theory, a PR problem. At 8:12 a.m. on a Wednesday, she found herself at the Tran stoop, scraping at a black slip with her thumbnail. The thing wasn't just inked black. It was black all the way through, the kind of anti-light that made the paper look wet and was so matte it disappeared under cloud cover. She sniffed it, no scent. Licked it, tasted like cotton, then something sour and transient like battery acid she tasted on a dare in 6th grade. The Tran boy, Nico, watched her from behind the door. He was 2nd grade but already had that posture, the one that said, "I am a danger to myself and my lineage." Penny smiled and wagged the slip like a wand. "You think this is real?" She said, because in her own home and job and circle, irony was the only way to talk to the young. Nico pointed at his father's back. The old man jerked his finger at the slip and, in fractured English, asked if Penny could destroy it very well, please. She pocketed the slip and smiled, using the kind of voice you use for skittish animals. As she walked away, the slip flexed between her thumb and palm, like it had a heartbeat. She didn't like the way the slip felt in her jacket pocket, so she put it under an empty tuna can in the kitchen. She went about her day, surveyed 2 subsiding garages, handed out water at the St. Olaf's Church event, filed a vaguely threatening memo about trash bins to the city clerk. Every 2 hours, she checked the slip. Power saws kept buzzing out back, but nothing changed. The slip stayed there, matte black. Only now there was a weird oily shadow aura around the can's rim. She poked it with a chopstick. It didn't resist, but it didn't crumple either. It folded around the stick, slick as a strand of seaweed. When she lifted the slip to the light, her hand tingled with pins and needles. Penny liked puzzles like this maybe too much. The world was mostly dead space with a few points of live current, and she prided herself on being the one willing to touch the wire. The slip was a message. She was sure of that. But the remain in place line was a kind of dare. And Penny had a brain that said yes to dares without looping in the rest of her. She skipped lunch and tried to reverse engineer the slip's origin. The paper was heavy stock, no watermark, cut by hand. She measured it against a microscope slide and found the edge was serrated, not machine straight. The ink, or whatever passed for it, soaked in so deep she couldn't scrape off a sample. It didn't react to UV or lemon juice. An hour later, she tried to burn it over the stovetop. The slip blackened but never took a flame, just curled in like a dead insect's leg. She took more careful notes, but her handwriting kept switching scripts, which she only noticed when she went to copy the log into her phone. By night, the slip was back in her coat pocket, laminated in sweat, and she'd begun wondering if this was the thing her mother had warned about for years. "You keep pushing your head into the unknown," her mother used to say. "One day something crawls out into you." Penny always heard this as a blessing. That night, the slip unfurled in her dreams, spawning a river of off-color duplicates. The river ran through fog and wound around houses made of chalk and old sticks. Penny's dream self floated high above the river, but the water pulled at her toes, and in the center of the current something silver and long and mouthless waited, tail thrashing the banks, ready to break free and surface. She woke up at 4 a.m., heart doing a furnace pulse, the room hot with humidity and something else. The slip was gone from her coat pocket. Penny switched on every light in her apartment. She checked the fridge, the sink, under the bed, inside the toilet tank. She found the slip stuck to the phone screen, dead center, as if it had been licked and pasted by a postal worker. The phone wouldn't turn on with the slip on it. Only when she peeled it off did the Samsung logo flare blindingly, then collapse into green static. She waited 5 minutes for her hands to stop shaking, then called her boss. The boss didn't pick up, because it was night, and also because her boss and every other person she'd ever known expected her to come pre-solved. In the shower, she stared at the grout lines, tracing the slip's lines over and over with her thumbs. Remain in place. Remain in place. She heard that phrase in the Saw's Bone song out back, in the drip of the water through the pipes, even in the double heartbeat that followed her toe-to-toe as she paced the hall afterwards. She was being followed, she thought, but also she was the one doing the following. She didn't sleep again that night, and by morning, Penny could suss out the path the slips had taken. She mapped it on a street grid, marked every household, then sectioned off the paths that ran between them. The fourth neighborhood over, a block named Little Julian, every house had gotten a slip. Strange, she thought. Even stranger, all the residents had reported it to City Watch, even the elderly, who rarely called if the lights went out, let alone for a paper threat. Penny wasn't frightened, not exactly. She'd read too much, was overexposed to creepiness. But she was becoming increasingly aware that she wasn't alone. Not in the normal city way where you are always watched by a million unfocused eyes, but in a more personal way, like something had been introduced into her life and wanted very much for her to notice it. She didn't tell anyone at first. It felt like a private joke, just for her. But she couldn't keep it secret when the night manager at St. Olaf's turned up with black slips pasted to both eyelids, and had to be sent home because he was walking into walls and kept repeating, "Remain, remain," with a slack, robotic cadence. By Thursday, the slips had evolved. Some were now printed, not handwritten, and some glimmered with a faint blue light as if electrified from within. Penny tracked one to a row house near the train yard. The man who opened the door looked like he'd been awake since the Vietnam War, with tremor hands and a smile that was all gums and defiance. When Penny asked about the slip, the man told her his wife had gone upstairs to wait. The woman in question had not left the second floor, he said, in 3 days. Remain in place. She didn't eat. She barely drank. The man made a joke about her finally heeding good advice. Penny went upstairs out of professional duty, climbing steps that twanged under her weight, and found the woman in bed, facing the wall. The room was dark except for the blue electric shine from the slip, which she had placed under her pillow. The woman did not respond when Penny spoke, or when Penny shook her gently by the shoulder. The woman's eyes were open, fixed, and her lips twitched only when Penny tried to remove the slip from beneath her head. All of this hit Penny in the chest, like a bird punch, but she refused to let it mess up her day. She took photos, filed the paperwork, and left the man a hotline number with a smiley face scrawled in the O. As she walked back, she Googled "Remain in Place Mass Hysteria" and found only stories about the 1800s and experiments with monkeys. By dinner, she had already gotten 3 calls from the news, one wanting to profile her as the girl who solved the black slip crisis. Penny laughed at that. Nothing was solved. She'd barely started. And just like that, the slip stopped. No new ones appeared. The city chalked it up to pranksters and phoned in the next council meeting. Penny almost let herself relax. She even took a walk that night to the bodega, got a glazed donut and a carton of cherry milk. But as she walked home, past the playground with its skeletal swing set, past the vacant lot that locals called the hair pit, she heard muffled voices behind the chain link. At first she thought, kids up late swapping horror stories. But the voices were not arguing or laughing. They were chanting in a hard, clipped rhythm almost like dog barking. Penny pressed up against the fence and peered through a chink in the aluminum. In the dead center of the lot, four pairs of shoes stood in a circle. Above the shoes were kids, not one she recognized, faces lit from below by their phones. The kids each held something in their hands, maybe stones or hunks of bread. Penny saw them pass the objects around the circle, pressing them to their faces, then to the ground. The chanting stopped and one of the boys, pale hair, bony legs, wearing pajama pants, stood in the middle. He knelt down and dug a finger into the dust. When he straightened up, a black slip was stuck to his face. Penny watched as the slip glued itself. The hallway's linoleum, hospital white, glared with every overhead bulb. Penny's sneakers squeaked obscenely, even as she tried to walk on the balls of her feet and cut down the sound. The leash of her own pulse yanked at her wrist. Wild. She should go back. This was a wrong place, an off-limits zone. But she kept moving, almost compelled. Like a rope around her ribcage, tugging her along, every breath sharper with the scent of bleach, astringent, nose burning. She considered, best case, it was just a weird dare, and she'd get a story out of it. Worst case, she'd find something that would never leave her, no matter how far or fast she ran. She bared her teeth for a moment, a grin meant for the ghosts, not the cameras. At the very end of the hallway, a battered wooden door slouched in a frame painted the color of jaundice. The glass panel in the top half was frosted, in theory, but dirt and time had blurred the words stenciled there until they read like a threat. Undersurface. The missing letters, she realized, must have spelled out psych. Her palm landed on the knob and she hesitated, uncertain whether some live wire would spark in her hand the moment she twisted it. But the handle spun easily and the door clacked open with a sound like a bone popping free from its socket. The darkness was not total. Penny could just make out a spill of red exit sign at the far end. It bathed the room in enough light to tease shapes out from the void. Desks, a toppled chair, filing cabinets, one with its drawers hanging open like a jaw. She stepped inside, holding her breath, and the suffocating pressure in her head grew heavier, like the air here was napalmed with something, or like her own thoughts had thickened and curdled. Faint, so faint she questioned her own senses. She heard a child's voice sing, songing in the dark. Under a ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies. It wasn't possible. The children's ward was closed for renovations. She'd seen the notice, the plastic sheeting over the doorway, the lattice of caution tape. She moved through the office, stepping carefully, following the voice, every muscle in her body flexed, every hair standing up. The voice repeated, closer now, muffled. Under ashes, ashes, we all fall down. A desk drawer sat slightly ajar, and some maggot curiosity forced her to grip the handle and yank it open. Inside, a heap of Polaroids, old and cured yellow at the edges, spilled out over the files. Penny lifted the top one. A smiling pediatrician in clown makeup, twisted into a rictus, somewhere between benevolent and predatory. Second, a group of children in identical hospital gowns, eyes pupil swallowed, standing around a plastic castle set. Third, a little girl clutching a stuffed rabbit, her face shadowed, but the reflection in her eyes was unmistakable. Someone, or something, looming over her. Penny put the photos down and wiped her hands on her jeans, though they didn't feel dirty, not on the surface. She heard the voice again, louder this time. Under we all fall gone. It was coming from behind the frosted glass pane of a supply closet at the back of the office. No way in hell, Penny thought, yet her hand was already reaching for the knob. She opened it with a speed she regretted instantly, because the closet was not empty. A hospital bed sat folded against the back wall, latex restraints still dangling from its rails. In the center of the mattress was a shape, about the size of a toddler, swaddled tight in yellowed sheets. Penny's stomach turned over. The shape stirred, sheets drawing back in a slow, deliberate motion, and what lay inside was not a child. The thing's face was wrinkled and gray, as if it had been mummified, but the wide, wet eyes blinked up at her and the mouth split open in a gleaming, toothless grin of recognition. It was an old woman, and a new one, and not a woman at all. Penny staggered backward, her spine knocking against the edge of the desk. The thing unfolded out of the bed with a jointless, boneless grace, landing on the floor with a soft flump. It began to crawl toward her, but the arms were far too long, the fingers ending in blunted, spatulate tips. It made no sound, but the child's voice returned, now as a direct line in Penny's head. Underscore, don't look back. Sir. She looked back. The door she'd entered through was gone, replaced by a blank wall. The thing was close now, its breath moist and hot, more animal than human. Penny flattened herself against the filing cabinet and fumbled for something to use as a weapon. Anything. Her hand found a cold, heavy object, a glass paperweight, the kind with a snow globe inside. She swung it at the thing just as it lunged. The paperweight connected with the temple, the glass splintering but not shattering. The thing's head tilted, bent, then righted itself, looking at Penny with some unspoken disappointment. The voice in her mind was no longer playful. Underscore, come closer. On the day the first painting arrived, Penny felt a hiccup in the floorboards. Not the regular creaking this old house offered on the hour, but a judder under her toes, as if the whole chassis of her world had been knocked out of alignment for a second. She was on the phone, mouthing automatic yes and no, perfects to her manager, and padded barefoot to the door, where the courier leaned with one fist on the peeling jam and the other proffering a bubble-wrapped slab. She signed, blinked at the unfamiliar ID badge, and shut the door. The painting itself was a disappointment. She'd put a standing order on her favorite print shop's website. Just send me whatever isn't moving. She'd typed in the notes section and let them decide. So she expected wonky abstracts, watery charcoals, cheap botanicals. But this was a portrait, and the person in it was almost like her, if she'd been pushed through the wrong end of a childhood, then lit fluorescent from the inside out. The artist had got her brown hair from the photo Penny used on social, feathered it with thin, unflattering streaks of gray, and made the mouth just a little too wide, the lips too dark. Penny would have joked about the resemblance if it wasn't for the background. It was only smudged color, the dry brush suggesting maybe a window or a hallway, but she got prickles looking at it, her skin registering a draft and her teeth sinking into her cheek, slow and steady. She set the canvas facing the wall. 2 days later, she woke up with the sense of eyes on her. The clock coughed up a red, blinking 3:41 a.m. She lay there, flat on her back, breathing in shallow pulls, until her phone stuttered with a notification. The situation report. The portrait, which she had left in the kitchen behind an open box of Utz pretzels, was now upright and angled toward the hallway. She almost laughed. Instead, she crept out, scooped it up, and jammed it onto the back porch in a fit of cold air and dust bunnies. In the morning, she apologized to the painting out loud, half out of embarrassment and half because she hoped her words would float out and land wherever the artist was. She propped it up in the living room, facing the blankness of her right wall. It was only polite. Work was relentless, and the portrait slipped to the background. Occasionally, she mistook it for the reflection of a person in a window and would flick her eyes toward it, heart goosed and ready to fight, but it was just paint. She left it alone. Saturday, she took the subway across the river for a friend's show. Most people would say Penny liked these things because of the free wine and the chance to dress up in clothes she never wore to work. But the truth was, she liked the company of people who were good at pretending. Artists, actors, whoever, anyone who could conjure a version of themselves and sell it for the price of a ticket. She arrived early, knocked back 3 warm cups of Pinot, and floated through the gallery, saying hi to anyone who gave her a sideways glance. She made a point of standing a little too close to every painting, like she was trying to stare the pigment off the canvas, confident and unbothered. When the crowd thickened, She slipped out onto the side street and found her friend, who was smoking hand-rolled cigarettes and trading gossip with a knot of musicians. Penny gave him a hug and, because she'd started feeling the edges of her buzz, sank into the concrete with them, folding her dress under her legs like a kid at camp. "You look wiped," her friend said. Penny said, "I got a weird delivery. Like, not someone sent me a life-size clown doll weird, but close. Did it show up at night? Middle of the day." She pulled her hair off her neck. But the creepiness wasn't the timing. It was what it looked like. How it, I don't know, kept moving. Self-propelled art. That's the dream. They made her describe the painting twice. No one else seemed particularly disturbed, and she wondered if she'd overreacted or if, in a group, nothing ever seemed as dangerous as it did alone. She got home late, tripped up the stoop, and immediately sensed something off. The window in her living room was fogged, streaked as if someone had pressed their whole face to it and slid their skin up and down. Penny froze, hands unzipping her jacket, and tried to find a rational explanation. Maybe old glass did that, maybe the wind, maybe some oily residue that had always been there. She checked the painting. It was on the floor, 6 feet from where she'd left it. She searched her living room for broken locks, open windows, unlocked doors. Her heart kept saying over and over, "It's not the painting, it's not the painting." But the other parts of her, the animal parts, weren't so sure. That night, she dreamed about a hallway. She was walking barefoot, the wood planks freezing, and on every side there were people she recognized only in the back of her mind. Their faces pulsed between familiar and strange, and every time she turned, the corridor lengthened, the lights grew fainter, and the paintings on the wall bled their colors into the floor. By Monday, she'd reasoned herself into believing it was all a byproduct of stress and sleep deprivation. She stopped looking directly at the portrait, started treating it like a part of the furniture. Every now and then, she'd catch a glimpse of her own face in a darkened microwave or a bathroom mirror, and her brain would replace her reflection with something slightly wrong. Eyes darker than she remembered, mouth set in a hard, thin line. It was like the painting had become a filter over her vision, one she resented but couldn't fully shrug off. The next delivery was expected. She had forgotten to cancel the subscription, and the same courier showed up at 9:30 a.m. This time, the box was heavier. A landscape, she guessed. But when she opened it, she found another portrait. It was a man younger than her, big hands folded over his ribs and a look of controlled panic in his eyes. The background was again a smudge, not quite a recognizable place, but Penny's skin went cold anyway. The color palette was nearly the same as the first painting, and she wondered if the shop was dumping one artist's entire unsold stock on her. She put the painting in her bedroom, face down on the dresser, but overnight, she woke 4 times convinced she'd heard someone shuffling inside her walk-in closet. By morning, she was so wired that she called her manager and faked laryngitis for a day off. She took both paintings into the yard and hosed them down, just to see if anything would bleed or peel. They shed water like plastic, the colors untouched. She left them propped against the fence in the sun and watched from her window as the neighborhood crows hopped down to investigate. At dusk, she checked again. The paintings were gone. She jogged out, slippers sinking into muddy grass, and looked both ways down the alley. The only thing left was the faint brush of oily residue on the wood where the frames had been. She ran a finger over it and gagged. It was slick and left a rotting, chemical scent on her hand. She washed her hands 5 times, then slumped on the couch, drained. She checked her phone out of nervous compulsion, refreshing her social feeds, demanding a friend from college who she hadn't talked to in 2 years, just to see if someone else was awake and could fire a message back. No one did. Night fell, then morning. Penny found the first portrait leaning against the wall by her front door, bits of dead leaf and spiderwebs stuck to the corners. She nudged it with her toe and, heart in her throat, brought it inside. Then the power went out mid-pour on her coffee. She stood in the kitchen, lights gone, fridge clicking into silence, and tried to recall when she'd last charged her flashlight or where she kept spare matches. She found her phone and used it as a lantern, making a round of the house to check circuit breakers, but everything looked fine. The outage must have been the whole block. When she looked out the window, the street lamps were dead, too. A knock came at the door, too fast and too loud. She nearly screamed, then snapped her jaw shut and tiptoed over. There, on the porch, was the second portrait. It stood upright, footprints smeared in mud leading to and from its base. Penny didn't open the door. Upstairs, something thudded, heavy enough to shake the stair railing. 2 more bumps, then a sound like running water, but slower. She called her own number on another burner phone, just to hear a dial tone. Her hands trembled. The only thing she could think to do was get dressed, put on sneakers, and run for the nearest cafe with power. She stuffed her keys into her pockets, grabbed her coat, and, as an afterthought, the first portrait. Why not? If she was going crazy, may as well have something to show for it. She opened the front door and found the hallway empty. No painting, no muddy print. Her steps sounded loud against the concrete. Her breath clouded in the morning air. She limped fast, head down, convinced that someone or something was matching her pace just behind the iced-up hedges lining her neighbor's lawn. At the intersection, she doubled back to look. Nothing. She kept going. The cafe was open. She tried to act normal. A double espresso, a corner table, thumb scrolling her phone. But every time the door swung open, she stiffened, imagining someone bringing in another painting. The place filled up with college students, older men with laptops, a trio of women in business suits. Normality wove itself back together. Penny set her cup down and, impulsively, sketched the portrait from memory on a napkin. She tried to exaggerate the features, to cartoon it into harmlessness, but all she managed was to create a crude, anxious-eyed thing that looked even less human than the original. She crumpled the napkin and shoved it deep in the trash bin. That night, she didn't go home. She walked the city until her feet ached, then checked into a motel near the train station. She slept in her clothes, the painting at the foot of the bed, face turned to the TV. She didn't turn the TV on. When she woke, there were 3 more paintings outside her door. All of them portraits, all of them hovering on the edge of someone she'd once known. A high school boyfriend, a cousin, her old dentist, and all of them staring. The backgrounds were different now. A caved-in subway station, an office cubicle glazed with what looked like blood, a playground seen through a mesh fence. Penny ran her hands over her face, felt the drag of days-old stubble she hadn't bothered to shave, and locked the motel door tight. She sat on the linoleum floor, knees up, and tried to chart some kind of escape. It was while she was sitting there, feeling her heartbeat in her eyelids, that she realized the sound she'd heard during the first power outage wasn't running water. It was the scratch of wet paint being applied to canvas, slow and methodical. Something was making new portraits. Maybe someone, maybe not. She tried for sleep and failed. She eyed the door, the little gap at the bottom, and wondered how long before another package came. She didn't wait to find out. She lasted the week by staying in motion, changing hotels, swapping trains, turning off her phone when she could. If she was being followed, it was by a force that relished the long chase, the slow burn. Every day, she found new delivery slips tucked under her door, sometimes blank, sometimes with her name handwritten in a blocky, unfamiliar script. Once she opened a locker at the gym to find a painting rolled up inside, rubber-banded and sweating resin onto her towel. It was a copy of the first painting almost exactly, except the background was different. This time, the paint suggested a motel room, bedspread the same pattern as the one she'd fallen asleep on last night. No windows, only a single lamp burning behind her painted shoulder. She reached for the stir stick in her coffee, swirling it in coy little circles, and the motion sent a ripple of shadow across the formica. Gilly was going on about his new place in Garfield Ridge. Something to do with the furnace, the water heater, the delicate, arcane negotiations required if you wanted anything to get fixed in this part of the city. And Penny smiled at the tip of his tongue poking out as he concentrated. Muscle memory for small talk. Sure. But there was something sharply comforting in the way Gilly's voice filled up the space between them. The awkwardness that had set up shop in her chest since last Tuesday finally started to float loose and dissolve. It was after midnight. They'd picked the all-night diner on Archer because the chairs didn't seem likely to eject them, and the waitress let them refill their own coffee. She was, as far as Penny could tell, asleep at the register. Sometimes she blinked awake and jotted something, maybe a dream, on her pad, then drifted off again. The radio above the milkshake blender piped in oldies, wavering in and out of tune. "I know what you're thinking," Gilly said, his hand hovering over his mug like a praying mantis. "You think the radiator is only acting up because I forgot to bleed it. And you're right, I did. But also, this is the landlord's fault. I looked it up." She almost laughed, but a passing truck vibrated the window and she shivered, gripping the mug with both hands. Coffee was doing nothing and everything, her body a coil. "I think you should unionize the building." "Yeah," he said, straight-faced. "I would, but then every meeting would be in the laundry room and it smells like socks down there. I'm not strong enough." She let her head tip back against the sticky vinyl booth. Nobody is. She wanted to see if the ceiling tiles had changed since she last pulled an all-nighter, but they were still nicotine yellow and dimpled with old leaks. The world, for once, was reliably itself. After a while, Gilly started winding up. She'd heard him tell the story of the mold kingdom of Unit 3B at least twice, but he always introduced new details. This time, the spores had developed a primitive government. "They built a parliament of fungus," he explained, "and the bathrooms are in constant session." He paused to sip his coffee and lowered his voice all business. "You want to come check it out tomorrow? Bring your headlamp. My phone died, and, she blinked. "You know what?" But he didn't answer. His eyes skated to the door, or maybe to the shelf above it, exposing his pulse flexing like a lizard at the jawline. There was a new note in his voice, quiet and close. "You ever get the feeling that the weird stuff follows you home?" She remembered the walk here, the hair prickle static as soon as she stepped onto the block, the way the streetlights seemed to pulse and strobe in bleak Morse. Even the shadows had developed a weird, oozing persistence, like they were pooling up, overfilling at the corners, leaking toward her shoes in a trick too slow to see. She told herself it was just winter and exam stress, but Gilly's words slotted into place like a final jigsaw piece. "Yeah," she said. "Lately." She looked at her phone. Still no texts from Jude. Battery at 11%. Time now 2:19 a.m. She pressed the knuckle of one finger to her brow, gently, as if she could iron out the tension and slipperiness sluicing behind her forehead. Outside, a series of headlights swung around the parking lot, carving a bright, silent arc across the window. The beam caught on a shape standing alone. A man, or maybe not a man, standing unnaturally still. Penny traced the outline with her gaze. It stared through the plate glass, pitted face turned up, as if waiting for a signal. Her stomach went cold. "Is that one of yours?" she whispered. Gilly turned, but the shape was gone. The truck idled at the pump across the lot. The dark behind it was just that, uncompromisingly empty. He licked his lips. "You want to Uber home? We can." She shook her head. "No, I think I need to walk it off." He stood up with a motion that bordered on jumpy, tossing cash on the table. "I'll walk you. I mean, not in a weird way. He shrugged. "It's late." "Sure," she said, trying to make her voice normal again. Her mouth felt like it was full of damp wool. "But on the way, show me where the mold kingdom really is." Gilly grinned. "You sure?" She stood, pulling on her jacket and feeling the static cling snap at her thighs. "I want to see if the parliament is in session." The walk to Gilly's building was only 3 blocks, But by the time they turned onto his street, the air had taken on a different texture, sharper, like the old city could sense movement and wanted to taste what it was. The houses here were squat, their Christmas lights half burnt out and swaying in the wind like sad, doomed streamers. Her boots echoed darkly, and the click of Gilly's lighter sounded too loud as he fumbled with the smoke. Near the corner of Archer and Mozart, Penny heard it. Not a noise, exactly, but a feeling, wetness, creeping down the back of her neck. She almost flinched. "You smell that?" she said. Gilly sniffed. "Like must. Like wet dog and dirt and something else. Like a hair salon after hours." He laughed, but it got cut short, and he darted a look over his shoulder. "My mom always said I had a bad nose. But yeah, it's getting worse." The smell led them to a side door, jammed open with a bent screwdriver. Gilly explained, sotto voce, "Landlord's never around. Maintenance guy just uses that." He swept his phone flashlight in a lazy arc at her feet. A courtesy maybe, or a check to make sure she wasn't about to break her ankle, and led her down the stairs into the basement. The light switch was broken, so they blinked in the battery glow of his phone, stepping past towers of cardboard boxes and half-collapsed suitcases. The laundry room was deeper in. The smell intensified, frilled with a note of charred toast and something chemical. Penny followed, feeling the moldy air pinch her sinuses. Her breath hitched as shapes came and went at the edges. A mop bucket, a pile of old towels, Gilly's hunched shoulder in the gloom. "You can see it best in here," he said, and flicked on his headlamp. It was everywhere. Lattices of black and green colonized every crevice, winding through the grouting, flaring out in polka-dotted fans across the water heater, even dripping in what looked like calcified tears from the ceiling. "Gross," Penny said, awed. "It started as a patch. Now it's like..." Gilly waved his hands, searching for a word. "A community. I read online you're not supposed to touch it, but, He pulled a glove from his pocket and, with exaggerated care, traced a circle in the largest patch. His breath fogged the air. "See," he pointed, eyes wild. "It grows back different every day. Sometimes in shapes, sometimes like faces. I keep thinking I see my old dog. Look, there, by the duct." She looked. If she squinted, she could half convince herself that it really did look like the smeared face of a mutt, distorted and howling. Then it wasn't the dog, but a jagged relief map. Then a mouth, then a hand. The shifting impression was almost funny, and almost... Penny stepped back sharply. Among the shapes, a black oval had opened toward her. Something like an eye, something like a lens. "Gilly," she said, voice high. "Does it, move?" He was next to her again, flashlight steady. "Not when someone's looking, no." The air got still, gravity tilting so that she felt the heaviness of the room fall directly onto her. "And when we're not?" Gilly shrugged, looking at the patch. "Had to throw out an old pair of boots last week. Grew right through the leather, like someone was wearing them, but I hadn't put them on." She reached for a laugh, couldn't find it. "Maybe the mold just wants to unionize." He grinned, but the strain showed. "Give it enough time, it'll elect a president." He switched off the headlamp, darkness swelling around them, then took a deliberate step back. Penny stared at where the eye had been, willing it to stay put, willing it to be only a stain. Didn't. The smear bulged the way pancake batter rises under heat. It quivered, a ripple passing through the whole black patch and across the wall like a wave. She heard. She didn't want to call it a voice. A scraping sound, like hundreds of sand grains rolling over each other. Maybe Gilly heard it too. He grabbed her sleeve and yanked her away, both of them stumbling into the laundry bin. Penny's heart hammered. The patch now looked like some vast, diseased mouth, stretching wider, edges thinning as the center swelled. And then it stopped. They gaped at it together until Gilly found his voice. "It's never done that before," he said, tone glassy. "I mean, that much." Her mouth suddenly ached with cold. You think it's like a symptom of something in the building? He never answered. The phone battery died, plunging them into total dark. Penny froze, senses trying to invent meaning from the emptiness. Gilly scraped his lighter, and the brief flare caught the wall. The patch had grown in seconds, snaking up and across the cinder block. Where it met the ceiling, a new wet bloom shivered, as if it was waiting for her gaze. Penny's ears rang, and for a second she felt, or actually heard, her own name airless and wet, echoing up from the concrete. "Let's get out," she said, trying to make it his idea. But Gilly was already halfway up the stairs. She ran after, ducking into the freezing night, breath searing her lungs. Penny's apartment was a 5-floor walk-up with tile the color of dishwater, and since her roommate Jude started doing overnight shifts at the hospital, the place belonged to night sounds. Pipes that moaned in a soft, indecent way, the tick and flutter of radiators, the ancient fridge that woke every hour for what sounded like a nervous breakdown. She peeled off her boots, still suctioned to her feet from the cold, and flopped onto the couch. The mold patch still shimmered behind her eyes like afterimage. Was it possible for something inanimate to want something? Could the desire to grow be anything more than a dumb impulse? A hunger, a will? She kicked at a tangle of old blankets at the end of the couch and swaddled herself up tight. The chill was in her bones. She messaged Jude, "Do not go in basement. Long story. Also, we have no milk." The response bubble appeared, hung in digital limbo, then vanished. She tried to sleep. In the near dark, the shadows churned up odd shapes, and the noises of the building rose to an insistent, bone-rattling chorus. The whine of a distant elevator motor, the stampeders overhead, footsteps prowling along the hall in odd, broken intervals. Usually, the chaos blurred into white noise and faded, but tonight the knocks and thumps sounded deliberate, as though calibrating themselves to her pulse. Somewhere deep in her chest, the anxiety built and built, until it was a pressure she could not ignore. She sat up, peeled back her phone, and turned it over in her hands. Still only 10%. She thought about looking up mold toxicity, but a new message from Jude flickered up. "I'm home in 5 at a blackout." Penny opened her eyes in blackness as complete as tar. She'd been dreaming about a train. A blue hulk, no passengers or driver, clicking through an ancient subway cut, the windows showing only her own wide face. And when it screeched to a halt, the stale nightmare had dumped her straight into the real darkness of her bedroom, and stayed there like it was still happening. She lay for a full minute, ears straining for the click of radiator pipes or the sigh of air through a vent, but heard only the strange empty ringing that happened sometimes when she woke inside out like this, a noise maybe living at the edge of her own skull. No doubt she was in her apartment. It smelled like her apartment. A little of the dog food she didn't own, from the nice old man next door, and a lot of paint. Her own fault. The canvas projects, 30 all lined up, drying, against the walls of her living room, giving the place an ever-present haze. The mold in the ceiling corner contributed a chemical tang. By the heavy stillness of her arms, Penny knew it was at least 3 in the morning, the walls too thick to let in the city dawn, and too high for headlights, and it wasn't a power outage, not really, because the brick complex had no windows facing anything but the air shaft. A blackout was different here. She was in a box in a box, in bed and in memory, but not alone. It took 5 more minutes of lying, chest tight against the sheet, before she could slide out of bed without imagining hands under the mattress. She'd smelled something odd this time, not the usual funk but a plastic sweetness, and as she shuffled to the kitchen she let the memory of the dream overlay the real, because it was better than the actual dark. She sloshed a glass of cold water from the tap and drank with her eyes closed, the sweat sheath on her skin prickling at the cold. She tried not to look at the far end of the living room, where the blue couch, also from a dream, this time her own, pressed up against the window. She'd chosen it from a Craigslist ad, sight unseen, and carried it up 4 flights herself, a process she could still feel in her hands. It was only when she got it into her apartment that she noticed the long gouges in the legs, as if something had tried to bite its way out. That was probably why the price was so good. She didn't notice the eyes until the third night the couch was in her apartment. They were not shaped like human eyes. They were more like circles burned into the fabric from the inside, two uneven brownish ovals a foot apart, exactly where your own would land if you sat slumped and let your head fall back. Now she had to keep the throw blanket tucked up to the cushions all the time, or she'd catch flashes of the couch staring her down on the way to the kitchen. Her phone told her it was 3:27 a.m. and she had to be up in 4 hours for the gallery meeting. Penny considered, from the safe distance of 5 feet, whether to move the couch again. It wasn't as if anyone else came into the apartment, since after the last housewarming, people avoided her space. She made them uncomfortable, or so she'd been told by Julia at work, as if Penny had a knack for disassembling small comforts. She thought of her boss's phrase, "a notable darkness," and giggled, the sound too loud in the flat, rebounding off the blank walls. She missed people, but people never missed her, so it evened out. Something scrabbled in the vent above the stove. Penny jerked her head up, nearly hitting the metal hood, but by the time she'd breathed out, the sound was gone. She checked the vent anyway, getting flour dust on her fingers from the last baking experiment, but only darkness stared back, milder and emptier than the darkness of the room. The old man next door sometimes complained of rats, and the landlord set generous black traps in the crawl spaces, but Penny had never seen the vermin herself, only their traces. She'd learned to tune them out, like the subway rumble under the building at night, the elevator's endless service clang. Even so, she could not ignore the fresh whisper of movement in the living room. She snapped a shot in that direction, using the phone's light as a flash. Nothing in the image but ugly throw pillows, the blue couch, and the stack of canvases, all facing the wall, as if they were waiting for permission to turn around. She made herself laugh again, this time softer, then checked the photo for hidden shapes. Just pixels, just blue and gray and darkness. In the morning, she woke up on the couch. She couldn't remember getting there, but her phone was tucked under her chin and her fingers were locked around it, thumb pressed to the power button. There were 5 photos in her gallery, all taken in the living room, all around 4 a.m. The first was the one she'd taken herself. The other 4 must have been snapped while she was asleep, because she had no memory of holding her phone again, or even getting up in the night. The final photo in the series made her scalp crawl. The pursed blue mouth of the couch was gaping, as if caught mid-scream, and one of the brown eye holes was filled with a round white blur. A circle like a marble or a tiny doll's head, impossibly out of focus and yet directed straight at the camera. She shut off the phone and palmed the device like it was a live grenade. For an hour, she rotated the screen face down on the coffee table, then up again, then back and forth. She considered going to Julia's office, but it was for emergencies only, or so Julia liked to say, and Penny didn't know if haunted furniture counted as an emergency in the corporate sense. She settled for making a pot of coffee, the bitter scorch helping ground her, and as it brewed, she tried to reconstruct the night. The vent sounds, the taste of the water, the slick coldness of the darkness. The details sizzled away in the distraction of the morning light, but the photos, digital and inarguable, kept her anchored to the question. What did the couch see when she was asleep? She left for work late, with the phone zipped in her jacket pocket. On the stairwell, she ran into Mr. Olszewski, the old man from next door, holding a big brown envelope and stooped like he was carrying a much heavier weight than paper. His teeth, yellow and square, showed under a bristled mustache as he asked, "Did you lose your cat again?" "I don't have a cat," Penny said, which was true, and not the first time she'd corrected him. He said, "It's a long night," sounded like crying, but not a baby. Maybe something in the walls. He watched her for a long time, blinking slow and owl-like. "You sleep okay?" Penny shrugged. Her mind said, "I sleep the way a dead person would, except with more nightmares." Out loud, "Just fine, thanks." She tried to edge past him, but he swung the envelope so it nearly tapped her hip. "This is for the landlord," he said, conspiratorial. "But if you want to see, I don't mind. Is about the building." He offered it up with two hands, the veins along his wrists like cables through mud. She found herself taking the envelope mostly out of politeness. It was cold against her palms, a little damp as if it had been in the freezer. She said, "Thanks," and he winked, the gesture twitchy and abrupt. The contents of the envelope unsettled her more than she'd admit. There were newspaper clippings, yellowed and brittle, the ink almost worn away, about people going missing in the city, or being found in locked rooms with all the doors and windows bolted, asphyxiated or vanished in a state of profound shock. There were also blueprints of their own building, floors and stairwells and shafts, with certain units circled in red marker. Penny's apartment number, 4C, was circled twice. A sticky note was stuck to the last page. "Have you noticed the eyes in your apartment? They move. This is not a joke." It was signed Olszewski and underlined 3 times. Penny folded the papers, put them back in the envelope, and carried it to the recycling bin behind the lobby stairs. She wasn't superstitious. She was, however, increasingly aware that her apartment sometimes looked back at her. The couch was only the most obvious example. The hallway mirror was another. She hadn't hung it, it came with the place, a cheap rectangle with a rusted edge, and it always seemed to show more of the hallway behind her than there should have been, like an endless video loop recycling her own reflection in deeper and deeper shadow. She managed 9 hours at the gallery that day, her energy powered by coffee and a kind of raw nerve. The clientele were insufferable, but she liked the art, and in a city flooded with experiences, the gallery was one of the only jobs that accepted her wild hair colors and erratic schedule. She told herself she was normal and sometimes believed it. That night, after microwaving a bowl of vegetarian soup and scrolling aimlessly through her phone, she heard the sound again. The slow, deliberate pad of something heavy on the living room floor. She didn't move, just listened. It was different from the skitter of rats or the echo of neighbors through the thin walls. This was methodical, almost polite, like footsteps but made by hands. She got up, unsteady, and flicked on every light. It didn't help. The blue couch seemed darker in the glare, the bulges of its cushions casting deep, oval shadows. She sat down on it, rigid, and stared at the opposite wall. The urge to take a photo came strong, but she resisted. Instead, she just sat, palms against the sticky vinyl, and waited. Nothing happened for 10 minutes, until something inside the armrest pressed up, a swelling underneath the fabric as if a grape was cupped by an invisible palm. She didn't move. If she let her fingers rest on the cushion, she could feel a faint vibration. Not a pulse, but a steady micro-movement, like the hum of a working machine. A phrase from her college biology class bloomed in her memory. Ciliary motion. The movement of microscopic hair-like structures, moving fluid over tissue. She waited, holding her breath, and the motion stopped. She got up, went to the bedroom, locked the door, and turned on the white noise app at full blast. She lay there a long time, eyes open. She woke up only twice to the faint impression of hands pressing into the mattress from beneath. The next day, she saw Olszewski in the hall again, and asked, "Did you ever hear of anything bad happening in apartment 4C? He considered. "One lady before you," he said. "She moved out very fast. Said the place made her feel too watched." He gestured as if framing a photo of her with both hands, then let them drop. Penny said, "Haunted." He nodded, sheepish, as if he wasn't supposed to talk about it. "I don't believe in such things, only rats and cockroaches. But maybe some buildings remember." That night, Penny's dreams were lighter. She dreamed she was painting, not on canvas but the couch, the pale blue vinyl taking up pigment from her brush, and when she stepped back, she saw she was painting her own face, over and over, grinning and wide-eyed. She woke with her hands crossed over her chest, exactly as in the dream. The next evening after work, she made up her mind. She would get rid of the blue couch. She wedged open the apartment door and pushed, feeling the nearly imperceptible fight back from the thing as it stuck in the frame, refusing to pass through. She gnashed her jaw and cursed at it, and finally, with a last sideways torque, freed it into the hall. She hustled it down for flights, scraping and bumping, leaving bruises in the paint and a fresh smear of what looked like ink or oil wherever it slid. By the time she got it to the back alley, her breath was dust and her arms shook. She left it there. The apartment stank of burned toast and rotting fruit, but Penny didn't mind. The windows evaporated nightly condensation everywhere except the corners, where water festered between glass and grime in gelatinous pearls. Out in the hallway, Mr. Adler's radio tipped some glum polka down the tiles, every note shivery as a funeral bell, and Penny cracked a smile. The world tried vibrancy, never succeeded. She positioned herself in front of the bathroom mirror, searching for evidence of sleep. None. Shadows pooled under one eye, but she liked the symmetry. She imagined tracing the half-moons with her tongue if they were on someone else's face. On her own, she just poked at them, then drew a line with black eyeliner, exaggerating the tiredness until it looked deliberate. Her reflection grinned sardonically back at her. The rest of the day was already written. Work, food, work. Maybe a wander through the all-night laundromat to watch the slack-jawed insomniacs fold secrets into cheap white cotton. Penny liked to think of herself as a chronicler, although that was a bold word for someone who mostly just eavesdropped and tweeted in vague haikus about other people's breakdowns. The hallway smelled like must and cigarettes, and every wall socket had some tiny red LED aglow, like 100 little eyes blinking in judgment. Outside, the autumn morning had tricked everyone. Sun glaring gold but wind sharp enough to split skin. Penny's scarf was thick and coarse, a little itchy, and her jacket still reeked faintly of last weekend's accident, which she'd cleaned up as best she could. Nothing was traceable, she told herself, as she pressed the elevator button with her sleeve. In the lobby, a package sat on the linoleum, squat and heavy, wrapped with such precision it looked like a prop from an infomercial. Her name screamed from the label, Penny Plaza, in the blurted all caps of a shipping fulfillment center. She hesitated before picking it up, feeling for the telltale rattle of unwanted contents. It was light for its size, and the cardboard corrugation gave beneath her fingers. She liked how the box felt like it might collapse or multiply with every touch. She left it on the passenger seat as she drove toward work. Red lights were longer than usual, and in the stretch between them a sense of being watched clung to her, the kind that found its way in through the heating vents. By the time she got to the office, the urge to open the parcel had become a genuine itch, scratching at her like the wool scarf against her neck. The office was in a gentrifying district, formerly a microbrewery, and now a tech incubator stacked with standing desks and C-grade coffee. The startup was called Nerve, which struck Penny as a hilarious overpromise, given half the staff hid in the stairwell when their code didn't work. She made pretense of checking email, empty as always, then stood over the break room's industrial sink and slit open the package with a steak knife borrowed from the communal drawer. The box hissed like a ketchup packet when she broke the tape, and inside was a single item, a round, glossy black stone about the size of a peach pit. At first it felt cold and dry to the touch, but as she held it, a tacky warmth slicked across the surface, like it was sweating in her palm. Penny rolled it over, half expecting an address label, manufacturer's note, coupon for companion stones. Nothing, just the stone, dense and glimmering, both absorbent and reflective. She pressed it to her cheek. The world telescoped, her view funneled into a pinpoint, a bead of black on sterile white. Sounds shredded into pieces. An immense pressure built in her ear, and the skin around the stone puckered as if it was about to be sucked through her face. She dropped it, yelped, and heard the stone bounce once, then twice, then skitter beneath the fridge. She laughed, just once, soft and breathless. The echo of her own voice didn't come back right away. It seemed to hang suspended, waiting for something else to fill the room. When she reached under the fridge, her fingers found nothing. She got on her belly, pressed her cheek against the scratchy tiles, and peered into the darkness. The stone had vanished. Only a faint glisten of black persisted, a shadow or memory, or maybe grime. An hour later, Penny emerged from the break room. Her skin tingled where the stone had touched her. Everything seemed sharper, fluorescent lights less blue, the thrum of electronics less like noise and more like coded speech. Her co-workers blinked at her with new wariness, as if she'd grown an extra limb.